Hello trainers and welcome to EUL Masters, the next evolution for the European League by Unity Clash. We have 8 teams fighting it out in a round-robin format for 7 whole weeks to see who will reign victorious for the first ever EUL Masters Championship. From returning players to new players, this is EU Pokemon Unite at its best. I'm your host, Spartan Tano, and I've got some incredible casters that are going to be joining me today. First off, we'll kick it off. We've got the Jonathan Hyde back on the mic. We've got Nitera that will be joining us later, but here's Jonathan. How are you doing, buddy?
I am doing fantastic, and if anything of yesterday taught me anything, it is that today is going to be even more insane. It was just the seeding stage. We got nail biters, we got buzzer beaters, we got everything in between, and oh my gosh, were these teams just absolutely just playing their hearts out.
That they are. We had a lot of fun yesterday. We saw some Pokemon that we were hoping we'd get to see. A lot of action. We saw Rework Esport going up against each other as expected. Here's the other caster. It's the one, the only, the legendary Nitera. How are you doing today, buddy?
I apologize. Not prepared. You know, see, blue shirt. Not really. Point is, I'm here. That's the most important thing. You know, I'm both matching my favorite boy. Lucario's blue. Delmice is technically blue. I was ready. Yeah.
Feldies. I mean, we missed you yesterday, buddy. We saw some Delmice play. We saw some one hooks. We were calling it out. We missed you, but nevertheless, it was a lot of exciting action. And I'm glad you're going to be on the mic with us here today, buddy. Did you get a chance to catch up on any of it yesterday, or are we going in straight from the get-go today?
No, we're going in straight from the get-go. I was busy with PUACL today, so that was quite interesting. We can talk a little bit about that later, but today focus is on EU region here. Asia had their chance in the morning, and now for my night, I've got EU with us.
That we do. That's what it's all about, the EU action. Of course, this is the European League Masters, a sort of evolution from the European League. We now have 8 teams that are fighting it out in 7 weeks of round-robin format. So, as we talked about yesterday, Jonathan, when it comes down to being a league, you get a lot of experimental play from some of these teams.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about some of the Pokemon that I absolutely love to cast. We talked about Mamoswine, the role that it's able to play. Every caster's got their own favorite Pokemon I like to see as well, but we get to see some interesting comps as well. We get to see double Mewtwo's, we get to see Invades, we get to see some unorthodox plays as well. We also get to see some Serenas, and we get to see some love triangles too. From teams beating each other and losing to the ones that beat them. So it's like, wow, we get a whole slog fest of just absolute peak cinema action.
Yeah, I love it when it's like that. As again, Nitera, when you have that one, you don't have like that one team that's dominating everyone. You have those sort of storylines where this team beat them, but they beat them, and then they beat them, and that's so much more interesting than one team dominating, right?
I mean, that's kind of how leagues work, right? Because you always get a chance to fight every other team, as opposed to like a normal Swiss format where you only have a few rounds. Sometimes you don't meet all the teams, and so this is always a chance to see how teams perform across the board with everyone, almost like a skill check, so to speak. So as we go into it later on, I mean, we've all got our favorites, like what you said, Jonathan. But I have to ask you one question. It's really important because we just happen to match. And so, Jonathan, is it red or blue?
Oh,
there you go.
It's blue.
Hey, come over here. Come over here.
All right, and on that note, we're going to have a nosy at the standings post-seeding stage. Let's get production to bring that up. Enough of that. Here we go. So here are your squads. These are the way the seedings went. So, and interestingly enough, that love triangle that you were talking about here, Jonathan. So Rework Esport Gear are the #1 seed, despite the fact that Rework Esport Core beat them yesterday. Thank you, Todo, are in that 2nd seed spot. Who was it that they beat? I believe it was Core. And then that's why Core are in that 3rd spot, right?
Absolutely. Gear lost to Todo, Gear beat Todo, Todo beat Core, Core beat Gear. That was the trio that was going on, and everybody, it was just absolutely peak to see it. Nail biters every game of the way.
And I tell you what, you try not to be biased as a caster, chat. I'll tell you that right now. You've got to be unbiased.
No.
And we're all here to love the game, except Nitera. He's the most biased person you could ever meet. But
you're welcome.
I love Team In. I'm so hyped for them. I've seen them develop in the years of playing this game. Seeing them at that 4th spot is exciting. Los Duros, the fan favourite, holding that midfield well in that 5th position as well. They're backed up by Phantom Forces in 6th position. And then it's kind of the new squad of Supernova and MTZ Esports who are looking to get some of those wins quickly.
Yeah, you
Night
want to get
Terror,
those
what are you
wins.
thinking, buddy?
No, Jonathan, please go ahead while
No, it's
I
like
think of
you
something.
absolutely
Buy
gotta
me
get
some
those
time.
Wins. I was like, you absolutely got to get those wins quickly because sometimes in the later season something might happen there. You got to get your foot caught up. Where whether it's a balance patch that comes out or a map adjustment now because we're running not just 1 but 3 different maps during this league, so anything could go that way.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, true. Maybe to give my insight, since I was watching ACL, right, Asia Champions League, it's kind of the same thing where I was watching Rivals today, Rival Esports. They choked so hard, even though they were like one of the teams, they were the highest pointed team of the week, and they choked.
Okay.
Right, and so you are right to say, Jonathan, that they need to win points as and when you can, because it's all going to come down to a Talon Flame, a steal, and all of a sudden you're kind of toppling down on points because you just can't bring it back. That is fair to say. And I guess, Tano, it's back to you to say on how we can turn this around, because I do believe each week we have a different map as well. So dynamics are a little different, map state is different.
Each week, bro, like that teams get to choose which maps they want to be playing on, I believe. So we could end up in a best of 3 with all 3 of the maps as we saw yesterday. But let's have a nosy at the schedule that we've got for the Masters. Let's bring it up on the screen. Today, we've got some hyped games. Thank you, Todo taking on Supernova. Rework Esport Core taking on Phantom Forces. Team In are back up against Los Duros, which we saw yesterday. That was an insane best of 3. And then it's going to be Esport Gear taking on MTZ Esports. Jonathan, which one are you most hyped to see there?
Listen, I have to say I am pretty stoked about to see Rework Esport Gear go up against MTZ Esports because something about Gear being like, Gear and Core are working in tandem, and just something about the fact that Gear is like kind of like the underdog of the two, and then coming out and taking game 1, just be like, I'm sorry, what? You were saying? You were thinking? We come up and they take game 1. I love me an underdog, and I'm excited to see how they're going to play up. And MTZ Esports, I know they have tools in their pockets. I know they have it in the bag to be able to take games like this. And during the seedings, I think they went 0-4, and I know they're just like, you know what? That's fine. It's just the first stage. We're going to sweep the rest.
Yeah, they're already looking to really find a win. I mean, they're a great team, you know. They may have lost all 4 games, but they are a brilliant team. That is just the level, the caliber of player that we have here in this European League Masters Series. Night Terror, you've casted MTZ before. They are a team that are looking to get aggressive and really bounce back in this week.
I like how you bring it back to MTZ as well, because I've also seen a good chunk of teams, and I've also not seen a good chunk of these teams, right? We even have Team In, we have Los Duros, all coming back to take another bite at it again, and I mean, I'll be honest with you, I am excited to see the latter 2 games that I'm casting, so this is going to be an interesting one.
All right, well, we're going to go on into the game here. I'm going to hand it over to you to talk us through the draft and have an amazing amount of fun as you kick off the first game.
Alright, thank you so much, Chano. Jordan, why don't you bring us in for Thank You Toto? You're one of the trios that you've mentioned.
Yeah, thank you. Toto was doing great work yesterday, coming out on top of Rework Esport Core. We got Vic, we got Laura, we got Brutal Hunter, Indigo, and Voxo. They have a lot of great placements coming at them as well to help them get into this league, get the notification. They got top 8 UCSs, they got top 8 league quals, they got the top 5 in the EUL, and that's just across all of these different players. They have gathered what they believe to be the best of the best, and they're ready to take EU by storm.
Yeah, some of them have accolades that you can't even fit on screen at this point. It's all filling up the boxes. That's how you're gonna show Thank You Toto is a strong team to beat. However, Supernova is gonna be a little bit on the tame side with some of their players here. Let's take a look at that. Of course, we have a few names that I cannot say with good confidence, but I will still try to for Supernova. We have Verge coming in here, Paggy, Dylan, Lola, and from there, it's where. So all of them also have their own set of accolades here. Of course, 2 players to note here have nothing to their names, and so they're going to be making history today on this match. So let's see if they can start it off strong with Supernova and their big bang of a set here.
Yeah, we were able to see some good work of Supernova yesterday. We managed to get into some games where they only caught some game 3s, and they were able to take their game 3, so we got the only set win on them. Unfortunately, can't remember their opponents there. It's the Hyde brain coming in crazy right now. We're just entering the PM, so it's just like we still got the AM fog fuzz going on, but they did a lot of great work, and I really enjoyed seeing them. So coming up against a team like Thank You Toto, I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do, because oh wow.
I mean, you're absolutely right. And remember, there's 2 out of 3 here. You look at the bottom of our UI, done wonderfully by production staff here. I'm gonna give you a call out later on, but before that, we're gonna have to set up each team with 2 flames. They're gonna need to lock that in if they want to win here, and that is how the story goes here. Let's see who will take it home tonight here. First up with, of course, Supernova versus Thank You Toto. Now, Jonathan, you picked the blue side here today, and that's why we're casting here together. How are we feeling about the draft later on? What are we hoping to see?
Listen, I want to see some respect on Suicune there. We saw a couple of games where Suicune wasn't respected by a couple of teams. They let it through the ban phase, they let it through the draft, and it just absolutely demolished them. It was very hard for them to play into. So we definitely need to see some Suicune respect, whether it's in a ban or whether it's in a pick. We have to see that. Mega Gyarados was a Pokemon that was able to get away on the few games it came through. This is a Pokemon I am expecting to see in the bans. And Mega and Mewtwo X, which Supernova says we don't want to deal with, is a 3rd ban that I am expecting to see come up quite a lot. Mega Evolution at level 5 is just too powerful.
I mean, that being said, you also have Mega Mewtwo Y, right? And so I guess the question is, why is X picked up as of late? So we can take a look into that later on. First of all, Heresy Supernova for banning Mega Lucario. We have Suicune also being locked out as well. And so you're absolutely right. And to point out as well, I have said this multiple times, but Suicune is arguably the one Pokemon in the game you pick up regardless of the team composition and you are fine. Has the CC, has the stats to back it up here at level 5 onwards. So cannot go wrong. But let's take a look at their first pick here. Jordan, it is going to be a Espeon pickup. Likely, that was an absolute lie. You hope you're psychic like me, because that was a Blissey.
Listen, if there's one thing that is just universal across all teams, across all regions, it's they love to bait the casters out. Blissey is a fantastic first pick there. Mega Gyarados on Vic, and Voxsho coming in with a Blastoise potentially. They didn't lock it in, there's still a chance to bait it. But there it is. Big man Blastoise themselves playing for Thank You Toto.
Right, double the water types here. I'm not sure if you want to lock into Blaziken, but its fighting type is going to give it a great advantage against Gyarados here. Dark type coming in to get smacked up and about. But we also have the Duckman himself here. He's just going to bring out the Sai-Ai and hopefully maybe give a little bit of damage mitigation to our brawler Blaziken. On the other side though, I think they need a little bit more damage now from the back line. They've got quite a strong lineup from the front.
Yeah, now we're going to be looking at seeing what we're going to bring out for the next 2 picks. Very crucial here. Locking in our supporter, Clefable right there on Indigo. Brutal Hunter looking for another Pokemon to be able to just hunt down what's going on in this Supernova. Locking in that Glaceon. Glaceon's a Pokemon that might have fallen off a little bit, but it is still strong. Falling off the radar is what I meant.
Shotgun Ice. That's all I got to say. As we do see a pickup onto Scizor here. Probably a Scyther, but one can hope. And of course, the last one we will see is going to be Miraidon. And with PUACL, the Asia side of things, I did see a few Electro Drifts. So who knows, we might see some in Supernova's end here. But to wrap it up here, a double... I don't know if it's a double Gyarados here, but, you know, Megazord X, definitely a good call. They have no exact hard counters against that, so your last pickup having Zard X is pretty strong. But across the board, do remember this as well, Jonathan, that the Thank You Totos have won Supernova twice now, 2-0, once in the seeding stages, which means just before they've put themselves up to the board here, and also in the league qualifiers. That means to enter the league, they also beat Supernova 2-0, and so, I mean, Masters team, somehow Supernova still made it in here, and they're back facing them a 3rd time in a row. Let's hope it's not 2-0.
They're ready for that grudge match. They're ready to get that revenge and show what the EU region
Third time's the charm.
deserve to be here. Exactly. Third time's the charm. They were just priming everybody up. They're like, league quals. That's not important. The seeding stage, we're just throwing you off. The real magic is in the EULM. That's where we need to shine. This is going to be the next league to rival the UCS.
Yeah, I mean, like, perform well enough, yeah, right? When it's hype, and then you go like, pfft. You know? My parents always told me to score well, but I've just scored enough until that one exam. And they're like, this kid's a genius! Supernova's a genius! That's the plan, that's the plan. Let's see if Supernova, as the underdogs at this stage, can actually pick themselves up against Thank You Toto here. At least a point up here. It's been 2-0 across the board. I think they've got enough to run away with this time.
Absolutely. It's going to be incredibly exciting to see how they go about this. So we're all ready off. It's going to be that fighter. No, maybe it's the torch for a little bit going in there. No, it's a double invade. It's a double going. They're sharing that central path. I've not seen that before between the Torchic and the Scyther, but it's going to be the Charmander going in for Thank You Toto. Hopefully this doesn't set the Blissey behind too much.
I don't know. I think the biggest problem is that you're actually letting Magic Up run free here, but as we take a look into that, it doesn't seem like that's big of an issue at top side. So let's look at the bottom side where we do see Miraidon getting felled by the starter team of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon.
Yeah, there we go, going in now. We got some nice points coming in from Thank You Toto. Now we got to be looking to try to get something going on. Now we come down to the bottom side here, and there we go. Nice Natus going over to Thank You Toto.
Already sitting down, waiting for opportunity. Laura is waiting to see if he can find its way up with his team for this set of Natus here. Great start here. He has a lot more to work with here. Can actually engage. And there's the pickup on the side. Beautiful game and ready to go. Now, moving back into it though, we are seeing on the bottom side. Dawn is now. Go in for it. Miraidon tries it out. The charge beam is not going to go through, but at least they're able to make it out with a lid. Never mind. I had to speak too soon. We do see Miraidon going out for the count. But with that being said though, a lot of points going in. 40 to 44 here. We do see Scyther see if he can find a dual wing beat into a dash, but not enough to make any headways here. It looks like we're going to be in a stagnant position for the next set of Altaria to spawn.
Yeah, we're already diving in now into the Regidrago coming in 20 seconds here. Blissey's gonna pick up the KO on the Squirtle. Gotta watch out. This is the most OP secure in the game. You gotta watch out for those Blisseys, whether it's pounds or heavy slams, or even if it comes in with those egg bombs.
Right. First setup coming in here, Regidrago going to the bot side now. Let's see who is going to respond first, because I do see a lone Blaziken at the top side here, waiting to respond to Thank You Toto. Let's see, they started off here, Blissey getting called out just like that. The Gyarados making some headways, overheat coming through. There's the damage, Vix looking low, but with Scyther coming in, it is going to be sashimi for breakfast, but no, not too soon.
They're able to back out away, and that's great because the longer you're on the field, the more experience you're able to grab. You don't want to give up a KO this early because that could open an opportunity for a pad push. 46 to 56, despite the pressure that Supernova was able to exert early on, they are not able to keep up with the points. They're not able to get ahead with the points as the next set of birds go down. Thank you, Toto.
Ooh, that's a big problem here, but we are going to be moving into the 7-minute mark. It looks like the addict Reggie here is going to be our Reggie brothers, and of course on the bottom side, Regieleki is charged up and ready to go. Let's see the first spawn here. Reggie rocks the stage now. 4 players onto it here. Scyther comes in and see he can sweep it back up. Not enough. Charizard finishing it off here as Ducky Man is going to hold his ground here. Teams are locked in and ready on the top side here. Red Dragon still up and about here, and Miraidon is left to defend against Blastoise alone.
Yeah, now teams are going to be looking for the next objective they want to go for. Regidrago is on the field as well as the Regieleki there. So, Thank You Toto's already starting onto the Regidrago there. Supernova is backing off. They're saying, you know what? We're going to play for a little bit more passive. You take that central one. We'll take Lecky. We need that 6th member for the pad push so we can at least get ahead on those scores.
Right, and now they have a 6th member of the team here. Let's see how they can make this play happen. Rocksha coming in here. Did you see him make a play? Seismic Slam. The Zard X is now up and online, ready to go. Let's see the damage push through here. First one is going to be the Bugman himself. Scyther going down for the count. chasing it down. Laura goes for the fire punch. There's the pickup. There's the chase. They're following through here, and the damage is being dished. 2 Citrus Berries to hold, but again, they have to back it up here. Overheat, collecting onto Blissey here. They have the Blitz Deliverance, but not enough as this Glacier turns around, gives them a little bit of hit tail.
Yeah, that was a great engage from Thank You Toto. They are able to take down one pad there. That is open up for a little bit of experience for Supernova to start getting more levels on the board. Try to get the Miraidon Unite online, the Psyduck Unite, the Blissey Unite. Get all of these Unites back on so they can get more into a better of a push. But Thank You Toto isn't letting the pressure up yet as they start congregating in the top lane with the Gyarados Clefable.
And already we're seeing an opportunity to come again here as they do take a little bit of damage onto our Blaziken, who wants to take another fight here, but he is a little low. Bottom side here, opportunity rises here. 37, I believe, is going to be dropped from Blastoise, and now they're going to start. Dragon Current rushing through here. There's the pickup. The Mega Gyarados is now up one line. They do pick it up on the Blaziken. They can take a fight. Sai to mitigate the damage, but not enough as you do see another Seismic Slam. There's the X coming through. Damage is flying across the board here, and they're being chased away bit by bit. We do see a sub come in to chase that even further. Miraidon is stuck in the corner, but he's going to have to try and push for damage here, but almost getting KO'd is going to beat this Miraidon, who tries his best, but it's not enough here. One last player standing here. Total Soup is going to be inbound for dinner if he doesn't back away, and it looks like they've got what they asked for. Supernova making it back out with a few KOs of their own.
Yeah, Charizard's back on the field and the jump pads are on the field. Mega Gyarados and that Mega Charizard are coming back to the top. If this is the moment for Supernova to make the play for the Regice, and they definitely grab it. Now, can they go for the pad there or do they back off? This is the question. There's a lot of dots on their side of the field right now, Nitera. This could be an opportunity to just go for those levels instead.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is they have Regieleki at the bottom, right? So arguably what you do is you take KOs here and convert it into objectives, which is something that Thank You Toto can do, but if that's the case, Supernova still have yellow dots to farm up, right? And so, you know, maybe it's fine to just force fights as much as you can while you have the advantage.
And that's exactly what they're doing. They take down the Blastoise. They're going for a quick score to try to bait in the Glacial stage from the Glaceon, and it works. They're going in as the Charizard dives into. The Mega Evolution has come down. Takes down the Blaziken. There goes the Psyduck, able to retreat, but the Psyduck goes in. Green Illusion dive.
And there it is. He is able to back away. That is crazy to say the least here. They chase it off. Fire Punch flying through. There's the pickup. Took so much effort. 2 Megas down for the count here. But it looks like they have to back away. And unfortunately for them, they do manage to get away with 1 KO to their name. Boxer coming in to see if he can take a little bit out here. They burn the Bright Future Meteor Storm as well. And right now, it looks like they've got to play a little slower. Damage has been dealt. They don't have any resources to fight back here. If they want to burn Unites in response, Supernova is going to be a disadvantage. That's the start here. We do see the Hydro Typhoon to push them back. But again, Psyduck is going to be roasted dark after that. And now, we're going to see they can take another fight. Overheat coming through. No damage taken. It looks like this is another KO coming in. Thank You Toto returning the favor, and EXP is falling back to them.
Upside is that Blaziken should be back before that Regieleki crashes there. So they are going to be defending that as much as possible. But Gyarados peeling off there. 47 in the pocket is watching where that Blaziken's going to go. But if it goes to the bottom side, that opens it up, but they're going to back off because in 15 seconds, another Regi Roulette into the top side is going to be a good objective for them to just shred and rip.
I mean, remember, this is EU Masters, right? These are teams that know their stuff. They have to trust their teammates in order to even get to this stage. And so, I mean, very good call of discipline from Blaziken to hold his position up top side here. But with that being said, though, now that it's gone, this Regieleki is gone, we need to go and pick something up on the map. Let's go to the bot side. Let's see what's happened. Top side, Regirock is waiting in line. And there it is. There's the pickup. Thank You Toto getting EXP flowing back. A level 13 Gyarados, a level 14 Zard. 2 minutes on the clock. I guess it's ogre time, to say the least. Let's start it off here. We don't see a Dragon Current, Moonlight coming in, and the damage is flowing through.
Yeah, the Kyogre is now spawned in, and the match is on the way. We got the pokes coming in from the Miraidon, trying to get in. As the Follow Me goes through and tries to pick up the Psyduck, not able to find anything, but the Moonlight able to heal off anything that the Miraidon's able to dish out. Couple of light love taps on the Kyogre there as we're trying to bait someone in. And there we go for the engage from Thank You Toto!
Handshake coming through from the Charizard here as he dishes the damage back on the side. The round 2 remaining. Green Illusion dive being cancelled off just like that by the Blastoise here. They chase it down with the Mega Gyarados pushing for it here. That's a 5-3 here. And now it's time to slay Ogre.
Yeah, Kyogre is going to be taken down, taken gone, and going to play for Thank You Toto. This is a huge buff for them now as they start to push the pads. Psyduck is the first back, Blaziken the second, followed by the rest of Supernova. One Hundo Burger's definitely going in, but the onslaught continues from Thank You Toto, and this could be an opportunity for Supernova to look for the KOs they need to make a counter push on their own.
Now, mind you, for those who have not seen the new map here, what has happened is that when Ogre is being picked up here, you get to see a little bit of a debuff on the pads here, very similar to how Zapdos used to function. Your pads are technically disabled, you are not seeing any shielding coming for their team here, nor any healing, but it's not an instant dunk. You still have to charge it up here, so it's still going to be a tough fight, but advantage still leading to Tanky Totos as they continue to try and find a way into dunk a bit more. But this is a 300-point lead here, Jonathan. I do not know how they can make this work.
Yeah, with 23 seconds left on the clock, no buffs in the pocket, and nobody even moving towards the other pads there. This game is done and sealed, and Supernova needs to start thinking about how they're going to pivot from their strategy, either it's the draft or the ban, or how they're going to approach Thank You Toto going into game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big bang, but just not for Supernova. Also, Thank You Toto. In fact, Supernova went nuclear there, and that's going to be a big problem. They need to find a way to stop this kind of upset for themselves. They did manage to pick up one Reggie for themselves, the Reggie Ice. However, that's the problem here. EXP was just not in their favor. They didn't have an advantage to chase them down, and a lot of the engages started from Thank You Toto's advances without even burning their Unite boost. So that just shows how much pressure they had on the map in general.
Yeah, and it was a lot of pressure as well. Thank You Toto realized what they were able to do, what they were able to get away with, and just kept the pressure. When they had the pressure up in the top side, they realized Supernova wasn't being super aggressive. Allowed Pokemon like Blastoise to pivot into a different lane, start scoring points to start furthering that lead ahead. Once you have that 200 to 300 point lead by the Kyogre fight, by the Groudon fight, by the Rayquaza fight, whichever objective it is, you are sitting pretty. You don't have to go into it. The pressure is off of you. You defend because now it's on the other team, which is Supernova, to make that play. So Supernova's got to find a way to make sure they're not in that position for game number 2.
Right. So if you look at the damage charts here, of course, Miraidon definitely the one you're looking for when it comes to damage here. And on the other side, those even spread across the board. All were brawling, all were taking good fights here, and that's exactly what you kind of want to see as a team here. The coordination to take picks without doing too much effort, right? It's like dealing enough damage to get the KO and using the excess damage that you would have done to them onto someone else. They know how much they need to expend their energy on, and like what they need to expend it on, rather. So that's a very good call on Thank You Toto's part. Let's see if they can carry this up here. One flame is now lit up on the bottom here, you can see, on Thank You Toto. And let's see if they can pick this last flame up from themselves here. But I've got a feeling it's time to go boom with Supernova.
Yeah, you got to go big or go home, and you got to watch those healers too. Clefable, 124k heals, Nitera. That is an insane amount of heals coming out. But when you got a bulky team like Blastoise, Charizard, Mega Gary that's able to utilize those heals effectively, yeah, and look at the damage that it was able to take. Only 49k. Not an insignificant amount of damage, but not as much as we see from a typical frontliner with a follow me from that Clefable. So all in all, like, I think if they're going to look at something, maybe look at running a couple of more curse items, look to nerf the healing that's coming out of Indigo.
You know what? Maybe you're absolutely right there. There might be a curse banger or two waiting on site. Who knows? It might absolutely be what's needed here. Or curse incense, rather, depending on which one you play. Could be a cause for concern. However, of course, at the end of the day, the easiest way to take someone down is to overload damage, right? And if you are so good at distributing that damage, I mean, may as well just play for damage, right? Like, what's the point of giving your status when you can just take 8,000 damage and split it with 5k and 3k and you take 2 Pokemon down exactly with enough? I mean, that's just math.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, yeah, you're right. They need a little bit more burst. Like, they need to respect that that bulkiness that is on the side of Thank You Toto. Because, I mean, they let so many powerful picks go through. Charizard X, Mega Gyarados, Blastoise, Clefable, like these.
You're absolutely right.
And then when you allow up Clefable to go into there, like, it's just so strong there. So we gotta not let so many go. If we're uncomfortable in some of these mons, like, maybe ban them out, maybe look at something, because I'll tell you right now, it is Whew, it is rough for them. It is rough right now.
Jonathan, is this why they didn't choose me? Am I not buff? Is that why I'm here casting?
Oh no.
Aw. Aw.
You are so buff. You are so buff. Don't worry
Oh,
about it.
thank you. I'd like to see that in the patch notes here that you're writing up at some point. However, let's take a look into the draft here. Supernova will be taking the first pick here. They're going into Thea Sky Runes with Groudon. So, I mean, it's been a while. It's good to see you back, buddy. So let's take a look at the bands. Gyarados, Mega Form. We're gonna see Blastoise on the board here. Another 2 water types to match that is gonna be Vaporeon and of course Suicune. But now we're gonna see our first Megazord Y.
I can already hear Tano cackling in the background there because I think this Mega Lucario is going to be the third ban for Thank You Toto. And I don't know what it is with these teams, Nitera. I don't know what it is with these teams, Nitera. They are anti-blue today. 5 blue bans to the 1 semi-red and orange. Come on, guys. Come on.
You guys just don't want me. You know, to the 1 Supernova man who banned red, you're my goat. You're my goat, right? But you did also ban Mega Lucario in last game, so I'm watching. But all you blue haters, I'm gonna change my shirt.
Well, we are seeing a pivot from Supernova. They're picking up that Mewtwo X. Mewtwo Y is going to Thank You Toto, and Vic is picking up that Mimikyu.
I like the pickup so far here. They are going to be hovering onto Comfey, which is a great call, of course. But yeah, of course, bait me out again. You know what? You do it. You try.
Tiep's gonna lock in that Blaziken there, and there's that Latios coming in for Supernova. If we go with that Mist Ball, that is some great damage mitigation. But Thank You Toto's, you know what? Damage mitigation? That sounds great. Side duck with some Snorlax combo. We aren't even thinking. We're insta-locking in Armor Rouge and Mr. Mime. Thank You Toto hovering that Absol, but is the Speedster the right call? Look at the team that they got, Nitera. A Speedster could work here.
Hold on.
Oh,
Is this the big...
oh! Thank You Toto says thank you Hi, because my gosh, Tyranitar, my homeboy, is in this game.
Oh, it's been a while since we've seen our giant kaiju. Know someone who I can actually call upon for that. But at the same time, the answer is it even correct though? I mean, all said and done, yes, cool to see Tyranitar on the field. Welcome back, buddy. I didn't know you were in the game for a while, but is it going to win you the game? Right, Thank You Toto has been on a streak here. They've got 1 flame up. They need 1 more to make this one best of 3 a roundup. And I don't know, man. I'm not confident here. If I were to look at a team comp, Supernova is definitely looking a little bit better here now that Latias is actually decent. Of course, Tano, you're welcome to laugh if you want. But I'm telling you, there is a composition now that Supernova is running, and it feels a lot better.
Yeah, the comp from Supernova does feel better. That Mewtwo X, lots of brawling. What makes it so powerful is the fact it gets its Mega Evolution at level 5, and the fact that it can take like maybe 7 to 8 auto attacks just to get that Mega Charge from 0 to 100 again to get back into Mega. It is incredibly quick. Unlike a Unite Charge where it has to get some scores, some Wild Farm KO, some wild... with a little bit of time as well. It's not like that at all. As long as Mewtwo's brawling, it's got that Mega Charge, kind of like a Palmot.
Alright, and now they've got that cleared, let's take a look at the games here. Supernova will be on your purple side, Thank You Toto on your orange. It is match point. Thank You Toto is going to be taking home this game if they finish it off. So, let's see how it pairs up here. Mimikyu into the center. We see a double buff bringer here with Torture going in there with a +1.
Yeah, we do have that Mewtwo Y into the bottom lane paired with the Snorlax. A very deadly combo there, but we are opting to send the Mewtwo X. Snorlax is definitely feeling the brunt of those attacks there, as well as from the Latias, but we almost got the KO taken down. That is a lot of experience now for Thank You Toto, though, as they get the Bunnelbees.
You know, it's Snorlax, not Snooze-lags, you know? You are still awake. You're snoring, not like taking a nap already. So maybe keep the HP a little bit higher there. You don't want to go out of the count just yet. But on the other side though, Mimikyu is coming in for a response here. And we see a quick start onto Mr. Mime. Damage going through here. It looks like they'll pick up this KO from the south. And that's a great start to the match here for the side of Thank You Totos.
Yeah, with the experience changes coming onto this map here, it's going to be even more crucial for that Tyranitar to get as much as possible early on. But all of these birds going towards the side of Supernova, but it's going to be the Mimikyu taken down by the Fire Spin Armor Rouge. Too much flames, too little healing, and Armor Rouge might be the secret sauce Supernova needed.
I mean, they're definitely getting very close. The numbers are 6-7. So we'll see how they can actually recover from that here as we move into the next set of objectives, which is going to be Raji Drago.
Yeah, Reggie Drago coming in 15 seconds there. Very crucially objective there as well because it gives team-wide experience, almost like one of the Reggie roulettes. Gives a score increase buff as well, so your score speed gets increased. And on a Pokemon that's looking to stack, like a Mewtwo X or Combuskin or a Mimikyu, that's just going to be absolutely rocking it. But Reggie Drago's hit the field, and so far, no teams are looking for it. But that Combuskin, ooh.
Hey, I mean, no one needs to look for it. Take your time. In fact, the first Reggie Drago we saw took so long to go down that the objectives already spawned by then. So right now as they continue to do this here, Mr. Mime goes down a second time here. And this time he's not playing around here. You know, twice the KO, not something you want to bundle as a package for the enemy team.
I do like the pressure that that Supernova is able to exert there. Look at them now. They're grouping as a 4, pushing this pad, keeping Thank You Toto on their toes. They also have 4, but with the Pupitar in hand at level 6, almost feels like that's about half that. They're not a real character that can do some damage there. They can pick up some Pokemon with low HP, but overall, they're not providing a lot of value. Thank You Toto has to do everything in their power to try to get this Tyranitar online as quick as possible as our first lane objectives hit the field.
And already they are starting it off here. Reggie Rock going into the side of the best of them, which is gonna be Supernova with this defense buff on the Armor Rouge. I think this was actually the Reggie they wanted here. Reggie's still great for damage. I was kind of questioning whether the Reggie Rock is good, but I'm gonna stick to that, right? They have the defenses to push through here with a lot of tanky Pokemon that can actually brawl and would like the sustain, right? So this is a great start. Bottom side here, Reggie like he's gonna be picked up here. Thank You Toto needs the point advantage back in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. 113 to 103. They completely abandoned the bottom lane, and Thank You Toto says, you know what? That's fine. Pupitar has now hit level 8. One more level away, and they're just farming for free in that bot side there. Nobody even going down to contest it. Not Armor Rouge, not Blaziken, not Mr. Mime. Nobody. There it is. Tyranitar's online, and this is the moment Thank You Toto was waiting for.
Hey, I mean, you know what they say, right? If it's gonna break, don't fix it. I think that's what they usually say. Close enough, close enough. Moving on from that though, Mr. Mime holding its ground here. We're gonna see if he can defend it all on its own. Real quick, the answer is no, but let's see him try with Armor Rouge here. We do see the cannon comes out here. They dish the damage here. They have quite a lot of potential going for Infinite Cyber to push out as well here. And the pad is going to slowly be a marked zone for KOs here. This battle area is looking quite hot. With all the fire-type Pokemons here, they are dishing damage. They got the double KOs here. Let's see if they can make another one onto Mewtwo here. There's the pickup. There's the third. And now they've got the EXP flowing back into them as Supernova slowly pulls their way back up to level 9s across the board.
We do manage to get that red buff there on the Excavalier for the Tyranitar, but Blaziken just took that back for themselves and says, you know what? I didn't even want it. I just wanted you, Tytitar. You're going down and you're going right to my belly.
Tytitar, I like that, Jonathan. Alright, and let's take a look at here. As we do see how it kind of pans out here, a lot of overextending coming in here. They try to stay alive, but well, that's the KO coming in. Armor Rouge plus a little bit of a link up with Mr. Mime here. Looks like they're going to be linking back into the Pokemon Center here with Latias. So right now, Reggie still going to favor of Supernova. Once again, they do have the buffs. They do have the XP flowing back here. They lost quite a bit, and right now, I guess the question is, how can we play this out here? 132 to 160 points here. That's another KO on the board on Supernova. They need to be careful. They can't keep running headlong into fights.
No, they can't. Thank You Toto has a small lead on score right now, 28 points, but now they're going to be pushing this red Jalecki that has a straight shot through their T2, so they're able to take this relatively free. If they take it before the 4-minute mark is passed, another one will spawn, but I'm not sure they'll have the power to rip it with only 11 seconds to get it once it spawns the next time. But as we see now, Supernova is preparing for an ambush.
Right, let's take a look at how this one's gonna pan out here. Once again, they're starting a fight strong, damaging Supernova really heavily here. The Side Eye to mitigate some damage with team here, and as well as a Power Net. But now Titar coming in here. The damage is being dealt as they do see some headways into the HP bars. Mine being the first to fall here, going into that fight, and then we do see another problem here. It's gonna be Mewtwo falling with them as well here. Now Amber Rouge follows suit and Latias in turn. But now last one standing, Blaziken, can you hold your ground? The answer is no. Damage dished out. The duck says hi to the bird. As we now see Mega Mewtwo active, can take a clean up onto 1, onto 2, maybe Tyranitar if he tries fast enough here.
T-Tar does get away. They get able to run. It may be a giant. It may look slow, but it's
hold on.
pretty fast. But there's the ambush there. They're setting it up. Mimikyu sitting in behind. Tyranitar looking for some berries, baiting them in. There's the stun from the Sand Tomb. They're going in with the Dark Pulse. Mimikyu's locked on with the Shadow Sneak. They're not going to dive in as they're going to take down the Latias.
Alright, great start here. Moving into that, they've got a little bit of XP back from taking some KOs. And that's the second one. Supernova again, running hit long. Remember what I said. As you go into that now, 2 minutes is going in very close, right? We have like less than a minute remaining here. And the question is, how can we get more EXP here? And I think Supernova knows the answer. They're all kind of just bunching up to the top side here. And respectfully, that's the right call. Let's see how they want to turn this around here. Thank you, Toto is congregated in the center here. They're not postured for this Reggie Ice, and so it's up to them to figure it out. But of course, our first Reggie trio to all spawn out in this final match point.
Absolutely. Regice could be a really key one. It's not as strong as that Kyogre, but it is a very weak one there. But they're going for it. There's the Blaziken. Focus blast secure. And with that, 15 seconds until the mighty Groudon hits the field. Thank you, Toto's already moving through the pit, zoning out Supernova.
And just in case our dear Tano doesn't get to say it, I will say it and steal the limelight. When Groudon is on, the game is on. As they move into that here, now they're postured on each side of the map. Question is, how do we engage Supernova? Looking for opportunity. One pick is all they need here. The one pick. One pick.
And
there's the one pick. There's the one pick. They got it onto the duck. And there's damage coming down.
There it is. It's... Go ahead, Nitera, take it.
Okay, as they go into that here, Showtime Bupo on the fray here. Another hook coming in here. The Power Net does hit for 3 here. Tyranitar coming in, the Kaiju, the monster, the beast, trying to dish the damage out here. They do start on Snorlax though. Supernova looking great on the 2KO, folding it up here. There's the Mewtwo falling down. Supernova's numbers are kind of slimming down bit by bit. HP's not too good here. There's the mine down. Mimikyu finishing it off, and now Groudon is next on the field here. Blaziken last one standing. One pick up, one dream, no finish up, as we do see them pick a final Gambit onto the Groudon here. 3 Pokemon with the buff. That's the first of the hundreds going in here. 2 more to go. They have the point leads, and you're gonna see they can carry this on. Supernova in a fantastic spot here to try and take some buffs and try and win the game from here. But that Mewtwo KO was detrimental.
Yeah, when you see that they hit the pad there, you can't just jump all willy-nilly down, because that's what's it. And there it goes. Tyranitar, even though you got the healing and the shield, Tyranitar's true damage, able to just rip through it. No pads are safe while Tyranitar's on the field. 35 seconds left, a 650-point journey to get across that finish line into first place. This is over. Supernova is going to go down for the 3rd time to thank you, Toto, and a third 2-0.
When I said 3rd time's the charm, I didn't mean, you know, do it a 3rd time. I meant like break the cycle on the 3rd time. And very clearly, Thank You Toto got the message on that one. Took it off wrongly. Supernova though, well, that's another vote that you guys have to take a very strong review here. Because once again, Thank You Toto steamrolling this game here, but none without their faults here. I did see Supernova getting quite a good few pickups here, and I think even more importantly is Supernova was keeping pace with them by getting the Reggie Trio. In fact, the Reggie Trinity this time, right? All of them spawned.
Yeah, all 3 Reggies able to spawn, all 3 of them going to the side of Supernova, even with the Titans vouching for Supernova. Thank you, Toto was just a force to be reckoned with. T-Tar Tyranitar for look at that, TYT Tyranitar already looking strong for them. You guys should make that your mascot. Just say it. Tyranitar. Listen, I'm just saying, when Alex was on, we made Uwu Mega Gyarados. Can we make Uwu Tyranitar? Like...
Tyranitar. I mean, the crazy thing is, like, obviously, if they had lost with Tyranitar, I would say, oh my god, it's not a Tyranitar, it's a Tyranitar. They do so well there. But can I really make that joke when he's doing 70k damage across the board here, which is only 20k short of their main damage here, right? And they also had to suck off a little bit of damage, which I guess similar to Mimikyu did its job here. But when you look at the numbers, it just did not feel as convincing to have Tyranitar on the board. So, I don't know. Thank you, Toto. Might have to review the Kaiju himself here. I think it's much better to pick something else that has more impact on the map here, even if it's slow to start up. But with that being said though, we are coming into this match's ending here with Thank You Toto picking up another 2-0 on Supernova. That's another accolade for them to say the least, as we do see hopefully a rematch at some point down the line here.
Yeah, Thank You Toto did a great job, and I love the fact they brought Tyranitar. Thank you, Toto, for doing that. And yeah, as you said, Supernova's got to hit the drawing board. They got to look at, see where can they reevaluate. Tyranitar, they had a really strong early game against Thank You Toto. They were struggling because it was just a tiny little Pupitar, and it took so much experience to come online. Like, it's just, they needed to make sure that they pressured them enough. I feel not as strong as that Kyogre, but it is a very good one there. But go for it there,
right here at the start here. They were very aggressive, picking up Jessie, doing a lot of stuff. Even here, as you take a look, you want to talk about aggression? The one who was aggressive is Supernova here. They got the 2 pulls, by the way, that could have made the difference here. They got Snorlax. They started them off strong. And do you see this Mega Mewtwo Y who's just peeling on the side here and just taking them out bit by bit here? They tried to do something about it, and Blaziken returned back into the pit instead of trying to fight against Mega Mewtwo Y, which to be fair, I guess Mewtwo Y is quite fast, but I'm not convinced that that's the case. But as we kind of talk about that game here, I'm going to bring back my other red brother from another mother. Welcome back, Tano. What is blue?
Hey.
What is blue?
I'll take that. I'll take that. I gotta say, give me more T-Tar. Like, whether you win with it or not, I love having T-Tar in these games, bro. I want more.
Yeah. Respect. Tyranitar.
Wow.
We're making it Uwu now. We're making it Uwu along with Mega Gyarados. It's gonna trend. It's gonna trend.
We definitely need more Tyranitar play. I'm shouting out all the teams. Give us that Kaiju on the field. That was a great game, and I love the fact that we've already got some rivalries already breaking out here. Supernova just cannot defeat Thank You Toto so far. They'll be looking to do that in other tournaments, but we will be heading to a quick break here, chat, as we've got the other set getting ready to go. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Welcome back, EU! Wow, after that wonderful set, we're back for more. We still got red on the one side. Oh, I got that right thumb up. No, I don't. We got red on one side, we got blue on the other. It's red versus blue, and they'll be your casters for the next set. Tano, how are you feeling?
I am hyped, buddy. Of course, it's Rework Esport Core coming up next versus Phantom Forces. We had a talk yesterday about how much we enjoy both of these teams. I can't wait to see this one kick off.
Awesome, Nitera. I know you have limited information there, but what Pokemon are you excited to see coming out from both of these
So
teams that you're hoping to see?
Which joke am I using today? Is it gonna be Mega Lucario, and they're not gonna pick it up? Am I picking Delmise? I'll think about it. But as we take a look at the statistics here later on which one's gonna be picked up here, let's talk about the teams here. Because Rework Esports Core, now they are showing on screen with Cascade, Dodo, J-Pa, Azelito, and Aaron going into that. All are actually EUL and UCS players. So, I mean, we've got something going for them. This is their core squad moving into today's matchup here. But I think there's another team coming up, isn't there, Tano?
That there is. We have the squad that they're up against. It will be Phantom Forces. Rework Esport Core, all of them are very well-known players within this region. They've all been playing throughout the entirety of this off-season. We had a lot of fun with J-Pa yesterday on the Leafeon. They built a really good comp with a lot of crowd control. And I tell you what, Azelito, uncontested on that Suicune. So we'll see whether Phantom Forces allows them to keep that. This is their squad. It's Matt, it's Paggy, Average Carry, who is actually called Nepti, Kaya22, and Keko Gami here for Phantom Forces. They are top 8 within UCS as well. A very good squad. I can't wait to see where they go here, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some really good stuff from them yesterday, and we're excited to see more things from them today. But I just want to say, with a name like Phantom Forces, can we get a little bit more Hoopa? Can we get a little crazy with a little bit of Dragapult? I mean, that would be amazing. Work it in. You got the name right there. Or, I mean, it's not Phantom Force, but it's got that Phantom Ambush. Maybe you go with the signature Gengar.
You know, he's got your Mon, Tano. He's got your Mon. And I mean, to be fair here, even if as casters you don't need to have, you don't need like colors in your life here. You know, color blindness is fine. That's why you can't see the red here. You gotta say, he's got you on the right track with Gengar here. And I'm excited to see if he can bring something like that onto the field, especially if Hypnosis and Hex come in such a strong combo.
Giving me hope, bro. I mean, there's so many better speedsters in the game right now.
Yeah,
like
Lucario.
I'll never say no to a Gengar. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you could have always picked a better speedster like Lucario with E-Speed or Delmise when you hook your opponents to a quick KO. You're right. I agree.
Just force it into any role that you could possibly want. That's Nitera's plan. I don't care if we've got 4 all-rounders. I'm still picking my Lucario, and it will be a speedster this game.
Yeah, it'll be whatever I need it to be. You're absolutely right. Delmise could be a speedster. Delmise could be an all-rounder.
You know what? You go right ahead and you believe that, Nitera. We're not going to stop you from believing that.
Amen.
Speedsters don't have to be fast. It's a good thing Meowth isn't here to steal your items.
Not yet.
But we are going to be moving into this game now there, so I will pass it off to you gentlemen. Take it away.
Alrighty, now, I did mention Nitera, so when we were casting yesterday, Rework Esport Core got Suicune every single game. It was uncontested for so long. Azelito was devastating. So, do you think they will still get access to that really important Pokemon?
Not sure. Maybe I'll ask Jonathan since he's still here. Well, what do you think?
I am still here.
Yep, no, I'll take your time. You can leave whenever.
No, I think, sorry, what was the question again? What Pokemon?
Pay attention, Jonathan.
Oh,
What's the question, Tano?
You're so distracting, Nitera. That's what it is, bro.
Yes, his energy's so infectious.
It is.
so sorry.
It is. We love it.
In awe.
That's why we love him here. So yeah, it's the fact that Esport Core, they got basically uncontested access to that Suicune yesterday, Jonathan. We saw it. Have Phantom Forces learned? Have they seen that? Do they want to take that away? You've got to be looking to take that away, in my opinion.
I mean, listen, we were talking about this earlier, Nitera, of how a Pokemon like Suicune wasn't respected. This was one of those sets. This was one of those moments. And Phantom Forces was absolutely taught why they needed to respect it. So coming in today, yeah, put it on the ban. Place it as a priority pick amongst your draft. You got to do something with this Suicune. You cannot continue to be in denial about it being like, we can handle it. Oh, it's not so good. If you are going to handle it, you got to stack your draft with unstoppable Pokemon.
I mean, true. Absolutely true. And I mean, that's of course why we want to see a little bit of blue for the boys here. 100%. I mean, Pokemon Unite is quite biased in a game where if you see a blue Pokemon, 100% of the time, it's probably going to be a busted mod. Vaporeon came out busted. Dhelmise, technically, the Shea Blue came out busted. Lucario, Mega Lucario, Gyarados, Mega Gyarados. How many more do you want me to pick? There's also the pink ones, right? It's all within the same shade here. But now that we're actually going to the game, we're going to say goodbye to John. Bye, Jonathan!
Bye, Jonathan!
Bye. There we go. But as we put on our red shirts here, so that we can go back into the drafts proper. What are we looking at here? What are we looking at? Is it going to be a Gengar game?
Well, I hope so, buddy. But as we saw in the previous set, so Rework Esport Core defeated Phantom Forces 2-0 in the seeding stage. So Phantom Forces have the opportunity to get a little bit of revenge here. We see Esport Core banning out the Blastoise and the Glaceon. And it's actually Phantom Forces that take away the Suicune and the Hooper themselves.
You know what? You're absolutely in some ballpark here. I think you are going on something. But, hold on. Can we just let the 6 seconds run out real quick? Sorry. This is important. Hold on. Okay, not blasphemous. Not blasphemous. Very good, very good. Phantom Forces know what they're doing. We're going to see a Dhelmise gaming. And, we're all for it. We're all for it.
It wouldn't surprise me, buddy. We saw it yesterday, and to be fair, recognizing...
But I wasn't around.
You weren't, so they recognize that you're on the mic today, and they need to do that. Mega Charizard Y on the field here by Dodo. We saw it yesterday, and we felt like it took a little bit too long to get working for a couple of teams. Esport Core are going to be comfortable trying to get that online early enough, but it's Mega Gyarados on the field for Phantom Forces, and it's going to be paired with Kaya's Blissey by the looks of it.
Alright, not to be messed up with thank you Toto's Toto. Dodo has gone on with the first of the Megas here, and of course responding in kind is going to be Mega Gyarados here. But, of course, cascading from there, the best one yet. Oh my god, Rework Esports Core actually picking up Mega Lucario. Wow! They're gonna win.
Bro, I swear down you've paid the developers to make Lucario so strong in this game. Like,
I paid the developers to drop it on my birthday. What do you want?
Bro, Gengar got like a little bit of love, one meta, and then was absolutely deleted out of the
He had
meta.
a Battle Pass skin.
Yeah, but Lucario has been so strong in this game since Season 1, bro. It's absolute slander. I'm not on board with it.
He's a skill-based Pokemon that doesn't press ZR after he gets a hit on an enemy and use Hex on them. Right? I need to aim my skills, go in with my skills as well, and sometimes they just choose to hit something in between us instead of that.
You know what? I do agree. Hex Gengar is just ridiculous. People should not be playing that moveset. But anyway, as we have a look at the rest of this, Azalito's going to be bringing out the Latias here. Laddie Red on the field. Japer pulls out the Galarian Rapidash, looking to have that disruption coming in there is Rework Esport Core. Average Netty is going to pull himself out with the Espeon. We've seen him use that so much yesterday. But for me, Nitera, it's all about Lou here on Machamp. We're going to see Champ Cena on the field at Fire Sky Ruins.
I don't know, man. I don't think Phantom Forces can beat Rework Esports Core. I mean, if you really look at what can contest against Lucario, it's likely going to be on a top lane with Machamp, right? And do you see how many arms Machamp has? You can count, right? Because I can only count to 4. But I can also count to 4 the amount of hairs that Lucario has. So he still has 2 arms to beat him up. What's Machamp going to do?
Lucario has 4 heads. I mean, the guy's covered in fluff, bro. The guy's covered in
did you
fur.
see the thing floating behind his hair, though? Like, the 4 things.
I do. We do have Paggy, though, here on, of course, the Leafeon as well. So they take that away from Japer. Not that they're going to be too concerned. Yesterday, we saw Esport Core going for a massive frontline crowd control comp with 2 speedsters that they could capitalize on getting those quick KOs with, and it worked for them really well. Bit of a difference coming into this comp so far, but still looking for massive disruption.
I don't know what you're talking about. There are 2 speedsters on the side of Rework Esports Core. I think we've clearly disseminated the information that I can be whatever it needs to be. Lucario can do it. But if we're talking about actual composition here, I have to kind of favor Phantom Forces across the board here. They have slightly weaker picks, right? No Scyther though. So the next best assassin in the game would technically go to Leafeon here, where J-Pa can just like weave in and out here. Yes, the damage potential of Rework Esports Core is there, and they have ways to make sure that you take the damage. Phantom Forces just has a busted mon. I gotta give it to them.
That's fair play, buddy. We'll have to see whether it works for them, though. We do see Esport Core sending that Charizard as expected into the central area. Takes so much experience before it can start making a difference in this game. J-Pa already looking to get some stacks out the gate.
Ooh, and that's a great start going into that here, denying Kree as much as he can. That's already something you want to be looking out for. You don't want that Gyarados online for as long as you can. Straight start, J-Pa's trying to get the 5-stack here. That's the first of many coming in after that. And now it's going to be dashing away, My Little Pony. And as you get into that here, there's going to be a great start from the Leafeon going at level 4. He's going to be contesting with his Charmeleon here. But right now, it's a tough fight on all grounds, all fronts. And, well, what can I say?
Gotta watch out for giving a KO over to this Magikarp. We see the rotation from Pudgy here as they were looking to come down and get that assist. That would be massive for them. They're not too far off filling up that effort meter, to be honest, buddy. Not a bad position to be in. You absolutely need it online before the 8-minute mark, and that's a huge bit of damage they'll get as well. They do get the mean lock off, but Aaron gets so weak. Stored power doesn't connect just yet. J-Pa going back on in. 17 dunk is going to be huge. There's the assist. Gyarados on the field.
Great start here, but responding is Dodo here, who's just kind of taken out by the Mega Dragon himself. Gyarados, there is no Charizard on the field, and so he's taking that title right now. And now, of course, Espeon combined with Leafeon, the damage goes through. They've got so much damage, and of course, I gotta sing that thing. So, my little kitty, my little kitty.
Kree's like, nah, get me out of here, bro. I don't want to see that Umbreon in my face. Getting so weak on that pad. Average Neptune looking for the damage on the Latias, but the shield and the healing comes on through, and they get back to Nurse Joy.
Regidrago is now back into the field here. Let's see who starts it off. Posturing up front is going to be Phantom Forces taking the first hit onto Regidrago here. Lucario not looking too good here. Cascading into a victory is what you want to be, not cascading into a KO. Starting it off though, they're going to see if they can take anything for themselves here. As right now, Regidrago is kind of pushing themselves back up. And Phantom Forces responding to the team fight at the top.
Feels like a race to the Mega here in this game so far. Looking for the Mega Gyarados, the Mega Charizard. It does feel like Esport Core have the little bit of advantage taking it into the central area, but the power spike on Gyarados, one of the best in the game, although they're isolated here, but he manages to just get out of the mean look, waterfalls on through, and gets back to Blissey.
Now, I'm not sure if I saw what the Leafeon has, but attack rate is definitely not something out of the picture here. And so getting the Regidrago buff is great in this case. But now the question is, how can we convert this into a drop of 30 points? Starting off strong here, Aaron taking so much damage here. The Citrus not able to heal. That's 30 drop. And there's a number going in through here that's going to land us back at 134 with a Regieleki to boot because no one's going to contest that.
I like it. 134 points to 50 so far as Phantom Forces look to cement the lead in this game, trying to take the central area farm away from Esport Core as well, as Kree looks to suck all of that up. The Lecky will be pushing that T2 pad. We've got Unite moves now online for Rework Esport Core. Mega Charizard wins the Mega Battle, and they will use it right now. Goodbye to Leafeon, looking to see if they can hunt down more. They spot the Gyarados in the bush, and they want to go fishing, buddy. They do get out of there with a waterfall, but Mean Look is going to shut down the gate, and back to Nurse Joy they go.
Ah, so sunny. Oh, and it's nighttime for me. Oh, so like the damage is going through. I can't see the numbers, just so much. But as we go into round that's the great big problem now. They've lost their Mega, and technically Mega Gyarados still hasn't been online yet, right? Level 8, we're still waiting to see the 9 coming through. And we still kind of have a great big team fight coming up here as they congregate to the center here later on. So right now, team fighting's at the bottom waiting for opportunity here. That's the first coming through here. No waterfalls connecting here. Buggy waiting for opportunity to jump in with his Raise Leaf. But otherwise, we're just kind of playing it slow now.
Yeah, they're just jousting over experience here in this bottom lane right now with both of these teams. They don't have any objectives to be playing for. I love the play of Japer here. So difficult to catch on this Galarian Rapidash. You very much use it like a Greedent. You want to be dashing in, causing some chaos, make people rethink the way that they want to approach. Half-elf in Paggy right there, and you're going to be pulling out the healing that Blissey can do in an instant here. Mean look onto the Gyarados is huge. The team isn't there to back them up, and they do get out of it.
And again, Latias is just making such a big impact onto the map right now, not allowing them to kind of push forward here. You kind of love to see how he's just happily stacking with the help of Umbreon here. All the tails he's taken, all for Snarl to lock you out, just for you to stack more damage on top of that. Hey, I mean, all for it. As we do see next objective spawn though here, Reggie on the attic, Reggie on the bottom here, the basement. Let's see how they want to start this off. Hitting it off is going to be Kree, taking a lot of damage here. The Dragon cover is now unleashed, waiting for opportunity. There's the Mega Gyarados coming in through. Let's see the damage fly as we do see Megazard Y as well here with the drop. Damage going through, the Moonlight Prance comes in and it's not enough to work here.
That was crazy, buddy. The HP bar of Mega Gyarados got deleted instantly. We saw the Emerald 2-step coming through as well, but too much power from Rework Esport Core. Daft Sidious on the field themselves on the back of that Mega Charizard Y. Phantom Force looking to see if they can push this Lecky in the top lane. Not going to be able to as it does get defended. Right now, Esport Core taking the lead.
And it's going to be a great start to that here, even though it's a 6-point difference here. I mean, hey, look, they are going to defend this Regieleki as well, which, I mean, I'm very happy to be doing so long as we don't get cut off like that. That's a great start, though. There's the push, the Seijun of 1,000 punches coming in through here. They got themselves a little bit of a point lead back at them here with 184, giving them a 44-point lead. Of course, Cross-Charge coming in here, no damage being dealt. And I guess 4 arms, 4 Pokemon to deal with, but not enough brains to work around it.
Listen, they say the most wisdom is to accept your fate, and that's exactly what Lou did there. They knew they were going down, didn't want to be stalled out, and they just come back as quick as they can. Right now, though, it is tough going up against this Charizard, bro. The mean look goes down. Goodbye to Paggy. That's a lot of damage they no longer have. Dragon Current gets popped here, tries to fly over the wall to get away from it, and it works a treat. Triad Blitz is going down. You may have one of the strongest Megas in this game, but when you are solo, there's not a lot you can do against that.
But here's the problem I have. We're moving the 3-minute mark here. We're losing so many Megas. So many Unite moves as well. I don't know if this is a good trade for Rework Esports Core moving into this. Right now, on the map, there's only the top left quadrant, which is, of course, their side of the map. But that's not a lot to work with when you need to return back all your Unite moves. I mean, look, Lucario is still not done with his Mega, right? And so he's not charging up anything. He's wasting time.
Yeah, they're going to have to farm back those Unite moves as soon as possible, which is the good approach that Rework Esport Core are taking here. We do see Phantom Forces getting themselves in position to take this Regieleki. Esport Core do have Lucario showing face there just to see if they want to continue to push that, but trying to grab that experience as well. I do think that this is the right call by Esport Core. Go and get those Unite moves. You need those Megas online.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot afford to take objectives right now because the game-winning play right now is going to come down to whether you have Mega Lucario to give you a little bit of a sweep, right? So this is a great pickup for EXP here while the rest of your team farms up. But again, is this enough? 10 seconds on the clock here. This game is going to be a little bit different because, hey, you got your catchphrase, Groudon. I feel like I need to put in some weight dispatch for my turn to say a catchphrase, so if you don't mind. When Kyogre is on the slave, oh no, you know, forget it. I messed up.
Well, we had the Fraggles give us it, buddy. When there's a Kyogre, the game is not over as Lou dives on into this pit here, looking for some KOs, and it's going to be Paggy that finds it on the side of Japer. Speeds the battle now on the side of Phantom Forces, but now they're just going to go their separate ways. Wait for the approach. I would take this fight if I was Phantom Forces.
Right, it's a great start for them here. 5 players to 3/4. I mean, you kind of see Lucario just waiting for opportunity here, and it's giving them a lot of space to actually make some plays, but he want to hit Ogre right now. That's not a great start here. Snarl coming in, Dragon Currents invested here, Psychic Solar to push them back here. Aeon Blast is not going to connect though, as Dragon Current just knocks them back out. Mega Girdle trying to make some plays here. Moonlight Pride pushes them back into a great spot here as Megazard Y comes in with a push and damage here. Here's the multifaceted punches coming through here, and the damage being dealt. Of course, numbers are waiting until Rework Esports Core as they have the damage to pull it through here, and now to start on Ogre. It is time to slay Ogre.
I don't think enough can be stated on the assistance that the Latias and the Umbreon, as Alito and Aaron just provided to their team. Bro, they couldn't find a KO as soon as they got Japer. They couldn't find any more Nitera. Phantom Forces just didn't have the target selection. They didn't have the damage they needed to break through the heals coming from Rework Esport Core.
Right. Now, as you go into it here, it's going to be a tough one, though. Rework Esport Core still needs to drop this 100 in before they can really call it a day. And they're putting up quite a good fight here. Phantom Forces stopping them in their tracks here. That's a 370, just quite a bit off. 10 seconds on the clock here. Let's see how they can figure it out from this. There's the start here. 10, 9, 8. No one is out to the purple pads here. It looks like this one is sealing a deal. 4, 3, 2. Lucario is going to take a KO.
That's Hundo Burger going in from Dodo there, well. I tell you what, though, I gotta say, good on Phantom Forces. That was a very good game. You've got to remember, Rework Esport Core, they defeated Phantom Forces 2-0 in the seeding stage, and that was a brilliant effort from Phantom Forces to bring that all the way down to the final few moments on that objective.
And to be fair here, though, Phantom Forces every opportunity to win this. But I mean, the long and short of it was Mega Diff, right? 2 Megas against their 1. And I do mean this in the utmost respect here, because Mega Lucario pops his Unite Aura Cannon and it immediately goes into Mega, where Seismic Slam as well for Charizard, it just goes immediately into Mega, right? Gyarados kind of just sits there for a while, because you kind of need to find the right opportunity, and if you miss it, it's like, well, I guess I hit 1, but you're buying so much time, you're wasting so much time rather, for a team to get together that, like, it's not instant, there's no impact immediately, and J-Pa had time to respawn. So, just did not feel good.
For me, the issue was not enough crowd control from Phantom Forces, but Kree wants to be in there fighting like the all-rounder that they are,
right.
But they didn't have any assistance in there, buddy. Kai was there trying to provide them with their heals, but as soon as that Blissey's gone, what did they have? They've got no frontline whatsoever. Lou was trying to go in there and cause some damage, didn't recognize the submission, trying to use the barrage blow, didn't work, as you can see the stats there. Paggy, the squishiest you could be. Average Neptune, the squishiest you could be. Kree didn't have anyone in his team that could shield the way that we saw Rework Esport Core do. Aaron there, 62k damage taken, bro. They were happy to accept all that damage coming their way.
But if we can go back to the numbers real quick, you can definitely see how there's a very big disparity in damage here, all things considered, right? Because I said it before, if your damage numbers are low and if you're an assassin, that's kind of good actually if you're taking picks, because you're only dealing just enough damage to get a KO and then not to get extended fight. But the important thing here is that if you're talking about CC, it's not like the team didn't have CC. They had too little CC, like you said, right? Submission is a CC. It locks them out for like a short bit of time, but that means you need Machamp to come in close. Lou is kind of like in the front lines here instead of the Gyarados who needs the healing. And so that gets distributed. You had the of course, Blissey with the egg. I don't really think that's a hard CC per se. You had Snarl on the other side of the team, and so you gotta fight so many things. But I think the one change they can make, if they want to stick to this, Espeon, instead of Store Power, going back into Psyshock.
I think they need tankier Pokemon, bro. I think they need to look at it and
really?
have... Yeah, genuinely. I think too squishy on the field. I think take the Machamp out, give us a strong tank. Give me a Crustle, bro. Give me something like that that Kree can fight alongside as Mega Gyarados. That's what they need.
Okay, I think I get what you're trying to say here. You know, you make a good point, and I'm going to suggest something for you here. I mean, of course, take it with a grain of salt, but, you know, as a caster, my honest opinion is I think you should pick a Delmise.
I don't know. I mean, especially
you wanted a tank.
Yeah, something to take the damage. Yeah, fair enough. You know, I wouldn't disagree with that. The Mega Mewtwo X was banned out. For me, I'm going to the tried and tested Snorlax, the Crustles. Like, give me that kind of. But I get the Dalmage. You at least pull people in if you've got the hooks that connect, the one hook.
Sure.
On that other side of it, though, buddy, they just didn't have enough to be doing the brawl. Let's see how they adjust, though, because the Machamp did not work for them, unfortunately, in that one. They need to go back to the drawing board, and that's what we're going to see from them.
Yeah, I agree. Gen 1er.
Mate, I hold my hands up. I am a Gen 1er. Of course I am. I mean, all the stuff, all the Pokemon merch I have around me is all Gen 1, bro. It's just Gengar and Pikachu everywhere. A little bit. I mean,
That's fair.
There's a Pidgeotto Pot Funko right there, bro. I'm a Gen 1er, true and true.
Okay, I mean,
Although I really like Gen 10 as well, to be fair. Or rather, wait. I'm alright. Let me
Gen 9, no?
Gen 9, Gen 9,
Right?
I was getting hyped for Gen 10, bro. I like Gen 9, and other than that, I am a Gen 1er. What about you? What's your favorite?
I don't know. I'm feeling Gen 10 because I heard rumors that it's going to be near me, right? It's just like my neighboring country is going to be an inspiration for it. So it could like Gen 10, but if not, of course, I got to go back to Gen 4, where I got scarred by so many things. Never getting a Lucario in my game, fighting Cynthia. You know, had to power farm like 20 levels for no reason at the league, but sure, right? But more importantly, what can we look into this game? Yeah, Phantom Forces had something going for them. They did take a pick. They didn't know how to go into the fight. So I'm thinking you might be right to say they need tankier Pokemon to push through, right? To not be afraid to initiate the fight. So let's see if that's a great start here. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing a Chandelier instead here to just bypass the problem of having to go in, but we'll have to see.
You know, I wouldn't either. I do think there's other ranged Pokemon that have better range and more maneuverability. But we'll have to see, buddy, because the Ignite can be quite important as well, especially at those final fights. What I'm not sure on is why they're letting Esport Core just run it on back. I know they felt like that game was close, but they definitely had to make some adjustments. There were some Pokemon that just did not work for them in that one. Ooh, nice.
Nice. Double blue megas. Should I like celebrate a bit, or like do you wanna just go through this first before I do my thing?
You can start celebrating, bro, as we have a look.
Let's go! Mega Lucario! Woo! Rework Esports Core won only because they had Mega Lucario. So now that Phantom Force picked it up, obviously 100% they're gonna win. I mean, I know who my team is favored to win. Phantom Forces. I'm not biased.
I like the Blissey Steel, though, by Esport Core. What are the heals going to be for Phantom Forces? I would like to see more Clefable, but it is going to be Eldegoss coming out here for Kaya.
Tried and true, Gen 1.
Absolutely. Can never go wrong with the Eldegoss here, especially with the maneuverability it has with that Unite move. Mate, it's going to be great for the brawling. The Cotton Cloud Crash is perfect for team fights.
Now, I was looking at the Espeon more so, but let's see what they pick up here. Jipa, very speedy. Wants to go around the map dishing damage. I guess we'll take a little bit of a slow approach here. So not wrong. They did hovering Chandelier for a short while here, so I thought that could have been a thing. On the other hand here, I think this is the absolute counter pick coming from Paggy here. It's a hate crime to do this to them. This little lizard's gonna get picked up by the bird. I mean, what can I say?
This has to be the counter pick here. You've got to go
for
for
you can pick Megazord X.
No, you've got to do that. That's absolutely the right call by Peggy there. You've got to pull out a Speedster here. If you go with a Talonflame, you're at least able to get over the front line, because Rework Esport Core, they've gone back to the core of their gameplay. Two massive frontliners there with great crowd control across the board, and they've taken the Blissey away. Japer is the most protected frog on the field here for Rework Esport Core.
They have a hard CC and Seismic Slam to call them out. They have Snarl to lock someone in. That's two Pokemon. Block. I mean, look, if J-Plus still gets KO'd, honestly, I mean, I think low-key deserved, you know? But at the same time, I have to be real with you. We could have seen a few other Pokemon make headways here. I don't think, like, the end-all be-all is Talonflame here. But at the same time, I feel like maybe Metagross would have worked out, right? They have such a broad composition. Compute and Crash, lock them in. Dragon Current, that's another knockup. And then there's Lucario. Only needs one move to knock them up. Power Up Punch. I mean, doesn't even need a Unite move or anything. Such a good one.
I tell you, I wish people would glaze me the way you glaze Lucario, bro.
Tano, I glaze you all the time outside of this, you know? I would cast with you in a heartbeat, but I do remember you saying that you would pick someone else over me.
Never, bro. Never.
Never? Yeah, we'll have to talk about this later, you know? You watch out, alright? First up, let's take a look into Rework Esports Core versus Phantom Forces here, while I settle my feud outside later on. On the purple side, we were Esports Core with Charmander going into the central area here. On your orange side, Phantom Forces with the little Fletchender on the central area.
And this is it, chat. Of course, Rework Esport Core, they got the 2-0 in the seeding stage over Phantom Forces. Phantom Forces have to win this game if they're hoping to go to a game 3. Again, we have the Magikarp in the bottom lane. Kree is looking to build the effort meter. They get so weak, though. That's the power of the Sobble in the early stages.
That's a great start here. Damage is going through now. Let's see if they can try and fight this here. Kree taking quite a bit, actually, all things considered. It's a little bit above average, but it's fine. Lu going with the low-key second best Lucario skin here. Picks up the Nasus for himself. They try and lock his team in place here, as we do see the Elder Gods almost coming out here, fetching the already up to the little bird here to see if he can make a pigeon play. But no, it looks like he's going to fly away.
And yeah, the Groudon map, right? So they've gone away from the Rayquaza they could have picked. They want to go back to the core that is Groudon. We will see that Regidrago spawning up in about 50 seconds, but these will come in first, whilst Cascade looks to see if they can tackle them. Getting so weak on the side of the poor bird, gets back to the pad.
And right now, it looks like it's going to be an interesting situation for them where they try and mirror each other going down here. So, of course, top is going to have their own little brawl, but it's down to whether they want to actually take another engage here in the bottom. But it looks like they're going to go back for their buffs. And right now, the scoreline is 6-6 here. So it's very even across the board here as the Regidrago prepares for its grand entrance.
We do have a lot of Pokemon stacking in this game. Both Mega Pokemon for Phantom Forces are stacking. We also have the Talonflame that is stacking. Not so much on the side of Rework Esport Core, so realistically the scores being that low isn't going to be much of an issue for them.
Not at the moment. But again, the one thing that you need to stack more importantly is KOs. Right now, they're attempting to do one right now as Lu finds this opportunity at least back away safely to grab this bundle B, while the side of Phantom Forces in the bottom half here are going to try onto Regidrago here. Damage going through here. They don't find their mark, and it gets punished just like that. I believe there was an eject button to actually go into the bush here for a slam, but I could be wrong.
No, they did. They were trying to find the KO onto the Drizzile. They recognized Umbreon was in that bush, and all that's done is allow this Regidrago to be taken by Rework Esport Core. They were looking to push them off, but the crits were too good from Inteleon, and now that's a lot of experience that Esport Core have found as they look to take the top lane with KOs to boot.
And they're starting off strong here. A lot of EXP flowing their way here, even though the score is 6-6. You did mention that if it's equal, it is technically a okay thing for Rework Esports Core, and you're right. Phantom Forces are the ones stacking. They shouldn't be at stakes here. And right now, they're getting fought under their pad here. Damage is flying through. They do have to just tank it out from the Snorlax here, but again, they can't find their mark onto the Inteleon. Lucario tried. Lu was trying to find opportunity, but no avail. Cascade, though, falling down and flat on his face here. It's going to be 1 KO for the side of Phantom Forces in this fight.
I love the fact that we get to see more liquidation coming out from these Inteleon plays now, not just a
Did
snipe shot. Some good buffs, buddy. It's nice to see it on the field. And of course, you have that extra bit of maneuverability. You've got to be cautious of that Talonflame coming your way. Having access to that with the acrobatics, it works a treat for them as they look for the seismic slam to come on through. It's Mega Charizard Y on the field. Despite that, though, Phantom Forces takes both objectives here. That Lecky is going to go into the top pad, but they've deleted Phantom Forces off the field anyway.
That is a harsh moment. I guess one good thing as well is that you're able to score as Mega Charizard. Why? Because there are some Pokemon that you just can't even do your form change. Damage going through now. Let's see if the Flame Sweep does get him out. Nope. With a little bit of Azure Spy Vision, was able to lock on and of course pick it out. J-Par going in for another KO here. And now the bang bangs come in here as we do see Kree taking damage bit by bit, going dee-doo.
Good heals coming out from Eldegoss there as well to keep Kree on the field as they get back to the pad. That's the issue with liquidation. It's a sure hit move. The second it's connected, it's coming your way. So good recognizing that on the side of the Eldegoss as Phantom Forces, they're on the back foot now, Night Terror. Look at the score, 161-71. Unlike the first game where they got such a lead, and oh my god, I don't think that was needed.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it here. Second seismic slam of the game as he continues to terrorize the side of Rework Esports Core's Big Dragon himself. As they do continue though, here that's a triple KO on the side here. They make out with one Talonflame, but 3 casualties on the side.
I gotta say, it's nice to see Rework Esport Core getting a lot from this Mega Charizard Y. A lot of the times in a 5v5 setting, in a tournament setting, teams struggle to get that Pokemon working for them. But it's worked a treat for Esport Core here. They currently have the highest level in the game. Inteleon back to Nurse Joy. A good KO by Paggy there. They're going to use the Flame Sweep to come back through as well. But now they've got a lot of HP on this pad to Esport Core. Can they hold strong? Dragon Current will come through from Kree here. And it is going to be Charizard that shows up yet again. Espeon sent back to the Pokemon Center. There goes Mega Gyarados. Blissey with a double KO.
Take a look at the economy right now. The Unite economy is looking favorable for Rework Esports Core with the Power Nap and, of course, the Azure Spyware. But on the other side here, we do only have a calling card crash from the Elder Gods here. It's going to look really rough if they want to take another fight here, especially since the gap now is 176 to 78 points. Phantom Forces have no lead in this race right now. They need to find a way to get back in.
Bro, I was just having a look at what items Dodo is currently running on that Mega Charizard Y because that Unite move is such a quick reload. They don't even have the amp on, bro. This is crazy. They don't have the amp at all. This is crazy. They've got the scope lens and they've got the opposite of the bracer. I always forget what the name is. But
Incense?
No. You've got the power bracer, haven't you? You've got the opposite one.
Oh, right. So Axo Brace, right?
I think so. Anyway, that is crazy for a cooldown for a Unite move. And I just think, you know, this is why Charizard will always be a good pickup in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, it's a Merfolk. Right, damage cost squad here is able to make it out. You know, has so much to work on here. Flame Sweep coming in through, a little bit of a wall block here. Not a great start. Paggy taking so much damage just for 20 points. Is this worth EXP? Fly comes back in here. You see a problem, yeah? You see the orange lizard, and you're like, I'll fly back in. I'll deal with the bird. There's a bird. I'll deal with the egg. I'll deal with the cat. Just don't touch the lizard. There's a great start here. Paggy buying so much time for his team here, and Lou is just slowly making his way in to join him. But I think they're stuck in this jail right now. This is not a good start.
I mean, Paggy could have got out of that. I don't quite understand what the plan was. They were so weak. Like, yeah, it may be a Blissey, but the eggs do damage, bro. They had to fly. I'd have just got themselves out of there. I mean, maybe looking to charge up that Unite move anyway. You do, of course, get Unite charge when you get KO'd. You want to reset that timer. Maybe that's the play, buddy, because right now, Rework Esport Core have the advantage as you see them pushing into the central area of Phantom Forces here.
Right, and so now with 24 seconds on the clock here, looks like we're going back into the Rockmon himself here, the one who spews the magma. It's going to be a tough fight across the board here, but the numbers don't lie. A level 13 Talonflame could change the game all the same.
They do have a T1 up on the side of Rework Esport Core as well. It's just Undo Burger that they need to take the lead in this game, Phantom Forces. But boy, are Esport Core getting aggressive with it. Liquidation onto the side of Kree. They are now half health. They're gonna have to use the Pollen Puff here to get the healing through from the Elder Gods. That's gonna reset that cooldown. When there's a Groudon, the game is on. And Phantom Forces, they just cannot break through their central area here, buddy. They have managed to get some sights onto Umbreon, but they get back to the team. A huge block from Snorlax is going to stop Phantom Forces' approach. We see Lucario looking for the flank here, but it hasn't quite worked out for them as Dodo has got them in their vision. There's the Asturvi vision coming through as well. Bliss assistance to keep them up on the field. Japer connects. Talonflame back to the spawn room as Kree again is looking to dive on in and doesn't find the KO. Japer is cleaning up Phantom Forces right now. There's the Mega Charizard Y. It's a double KO and Esport Core ace Phantom Forces.
That's a great start. Moving into this here, they do pick up themselves off the buff. That's 500 points that they're locked in right now. It's just a matter of whether they can drop it off. But at this point, it's a tough call. With 5 buffs on the field here, if you do take them out bit by bit, you can actually take a chance back at it. So it's going to start with first, can I stop them from scoring? Great start here. Gyarados going down for the count. And that is going to be the second Lucario. And now the team of Rework Esports Core have nothing stopping them with 3 to 5 months here. I mean, it's very obvious how this goes. 2 to 5. 1 to 5, 0 down with the last one being Espeon. And there it is, your 500 remaining points here. Let's soak it in here and take Rework Esports Core up a notch.
Huge fight from Rework Esport Core. They knew that they had the advantage when they pushed that Groudon fight, and a brilliant way to find the right KOs. And that means we have more rivalries developing here, Naito. That's what we like to see. Phantom Forces are yet to defeat Rework Esport Core.
I do have a deja vu feeling. I feel like we've seen someone with a 2-0 record as well. Hopefully there's no third time to chum on this one, as we do see hopefully Phantom Esports get a redemption arc later down the line. But for today, it looks like Rework Esports scored 2 flames to their name.
That they do, and well deserved as well. I think that was a well-balanced comp that they came out with, going back to the plan of having those 2 strong crowd control defenders that they can allow the catapult of Japer to be able to find the KOs. Dodo, just let Dodo go do Dodo. Like 12 KOs, 11 assists, let them go do their thing.
Right. Rework Esports Core definitely had a interesting time yesterday, from what I've heard from Jonathan here, and now, right now, coming back into it. They've got something back onto the field here. They're looking a little bit more solid into this game. And right now, week 1 is starting out to be a fire. And that's your first half going into it. 2-0 twice in a row.
I mean, what a way to really kick it off. Of course, Esport Core, they were looking for that number 1 seed. They lost out to Rework Esport Gear. And they're not going to be happy about that losing to Thank You Todo. So they had to start this league on a positive note. And that's exactly what they've done here with this 2-0 victory.
I hope we can go back to the numbers real quick, because I did see an interesting number that the seeded pull up. The damage count was, I think, 27,777, which is quite interesting. But we also saw a beautiful number later on that we're going to see. Look at Dodo's damage. It's 7-6! 7-6!
I don't think it works that way, bro.
Shh, let me have my fun. Okay,
I'm more like the damage taken by Azalito. Noise. Anyway, as we move on into the next game that we will be bringing you, this is the hype that we like to see in this league. But the Phantom Forces will be looking to bounce back next week. It's a tough one. They did try to get it going. They did have moments where they were breaking through Esport Core, especially in that first game. They managed to bring it all the way to the final few moments out of the objective. Just didn't have enough damage to break through Esport Core.
Let's take a look at the replays here. First one coming in is going to be the tick down onto the Regieleki, while the bot side also pick themselves up the Regi Ice here. So at this point, it's 2 objectives to their name. But look at the storm coming from Rework Esports Core here, who just single-handedly said, sure, take your objectives. Our objective is you. And they just keep on doing it over and over and over again. But even they're on the pad as well. I mean, this was a really interesting fight from Phantom Forces, who thought they could take this fight. But I want you to see Kree here, who tried his best to dish the damage onto this Inteleon, but I think the damage is being absorbed by himself after that.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? I mean, again, another example. Look at Azalito. Look at where Aaron is. Japer is the most protected lizard in this game. It's so difficult for them to even do anything to get onto that Inteleon. As we welcome back Jonathan. How did you find that one, buddy?
Oh my goodness! Tano Nitera! Listen, Phantom Forces listened! They respected the Suicune. They banded out both games. But they also fell into a bit of a pit. The Mega Charizard. Why? Rework Core did such a good job. And I'm not going to lie, there was a moment in there where I realized, oh my gosh, they picked 2 Pokemon in game 1 to lock down characters. Umbreon with the mean look, Triad Blitz on the Rapid Dash to allow the Charizard to just go, ooh, yummy, yummy.
He's a classic cartoon villain. John is a classic cartoon villain. He can do it again, and I'll put him any Looney Tunes context. It would work.
Exactly.
Well, I think I believe we are going to be heading to a break, but I think that's it to Nitera, right? We're going to say goodbye to you, buddy, because it is ridiculously early over there, right?
Right, of course. I mean, I'm so glad you pointed it out here. So we move into this. Yeah, it's 3:33 a.m. I mean, good time to end it off for me. The numbers are just nice here. Mwah. So I will take my leave here, but I will leave this with you guys. Jonathan, Tano, you guys are great casters here. You guys are in good hands moving into this. So with that being said here, continue watching the EUL Master Series here as we take a short break and come back to you. Now, bye-bye!
Hello trainers and welcome back. We've got 2 more electric games to bring you. Me and Jonathan on the mic. We got Team In and Los Duros for this one, buddy.
Oh, I am excited to see them. Los Duros did really well in previous leagues that we have seen them in. They have done phenomenally being at the top. They drop off a little bit, but they consistently perform. I think they went 2-2 yesterday during the seeding stages, which puts them at around the middle of the pack. So a lot of room to grow for them, Tano.
That there is, buddy, and looking at Team In, this offseason has been the resurgence of this team, doing so well recently. They qualified for top 8 in the open quals, buddy, but they got DQ'd, unfortunately, so they are well and truly a top 8 team now in the UCS.
Dang, that is awesome to hear, though, because that is the kind of accolades that we are looking for in this Master League there. And speaking of Team It, there we are. We got the Comfy Master 6-7. We got the Zika, DJ, Dwayne, and Elaine coming in there. And like you said, they got that top 8 UCS, top 8 UEC, top 8 EUL, and of course top 4 in the weeklies.
Yeah, what a squad this is. Zika, one of the most exciting players. Honestly, I've just been saying how much I love to cast Cypher. Bro, Zika has such an incredible Cypher. I hope, we didn't get to see them yesterday, unfortunately. They had a sub playing for Team In. I hope we get to see Zika today, because that would make me very excited heading on into this game. But of course, we need to have a talk about the mighty that is Los Duros. They are such a strong squad. In did manage to defeat them in the seeding stage 2-1. It went all the way, bro. But this is Los Duros. We've got Luizin, Oscar, Danny, Alba, Noah, and No Way following out this squad. Top 8 in the European League previously. Top 8 in UCS. A brilliant squad and a fan favorite playing here today.
Yeah, Los Duros. I mean, listen, that when you see Oscar on the other team, you gotta lock in before you get shut down. That trainer has a lot of Pokemon in their roster there, and absolutely nasty on a Scyther too.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this. I think this is one of the most exciting clashes of today because you just have no idea where it's going to go. We saw it in the seeding stage. It was a 2-1 victory for Team In. It literally could have gone either way. We've seen already today that you do have the teams that have 2-0'd the previous one they're going up against already today. This is the one for me that is completely up in the air and could go either way.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see this as well. Albernoa, strong support player, deadly Hoopa. You got to watch out for that. If there's a ban that you're going to put on a target, definitely look at Hoopa because Albernoa is there and they got a lot of tricky things up their sleeves, whether it's a Phantom Force there or an actual trick over here, or whether they're going to be able to portal their team around and whether or not they're just going to place a portal and be like, oh, you think we're here, but it's just me.
I got production to let me know who's actually playing for Team In. Zika is playing as we go on into the game here. They've also got Pig, a brilliant player on supports and defenders, but they were also playing all-rounders yesterday, buddy. So Team In, all they've done is just improve their roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pig on support, that is, oh boy, that you're in a bit of trouble too. You thought Albernoa was a little tricky. Pig will come up with something just as nasty. But already the anti-blue squad, the anti-Nitera is kicking in because we got the Mega Gyarados ban, we got the Mega Lucario ban, and the blues just keep coming with the Vaporeon.
Yeah, this is the issue with Pokemon Unite right now because you look at the opposition and you're like, I really want to ban out their strongest Pokemon as we see Hoopa getting banned out here by Team In. But there's so many that are so strong in this game right now, Jonathan. All of the Megas need to be looked at. Vaporeon, extremely good. Glaceon, the best attacker right now with how much it rips. So you've got to really ban out a lot more than you expect.
I think one of the takeaways from the last set is when we look at when Mega Charizard Y was picked up, That was a dominant force. Why was it dominant? Umbreon setting up mean looks. Then we had the Rapidash being coming in. Rapidash not a common pick. So all of a sudden it goes from banning out the most broken Pokemon or trying to first pick some of the busted mons to how can we utilize them into our specific unique strategies, our gameplay style. And already Zika on that Mimikyu, and then we got Luisin and No Way on that Blastoise Mewtwo X. Some of these power picks are coming out. Now it's going to be interesting to see what Pokemon are coming in to support them.
Oh, I love this, buddy. So Los Duros, they already get set up with their crowd control that they were looking for. The Miraidon gets taken away from Danny. They're going to lock in the Mewtwo Y. We saw them play that exclusively in yesterday's games. Alentia's going to pull out the Mamoswine here, one of your favorites to cast, as Team In look to bring in that crowd control. And they've built up a pretty good round comp here as Bidepig pulls out Clefable, Jonathan.
Yeah, Clefable's a really strong Pokemon with the Moonlight Heals going into the Mamoswine, going into the Mimikyu there. Now it comes down to what are we going to throw it with? Oh, there we go! Serena! Clefable is able to keep up with Mimikyu Serena, of providing them a resource to fall back behind too. Almost like a mobile moving pad for them to get some extra healing off of, because they're going to need it when they're diving in on this Mewtwo Y and trying to take down this Oscatar.
Oh, bro, this is going to be such a fun game to cast. We've got Zika on Mimikyu. We've got Oscatar on Cypher. This is going to be a lot of fun. Bidepig is there on the Clefable. Gravity is a possibility because, of course, you will have dash moves on that Mewtwo as well, but we'll see whether that is the plan. Right now, this is the state of both of these comps, and already you cannot predict who will win this game.
Not at all, not at all. But we do see some stacking items here on the Clefable, on the Serena. So scores early on going to be very important for these Pokemon here. On the other side, we don't have a whole lot of stacking going on. So nobody's really stacking anything except Oscatar onto that. Well, I guess the Mewtwo X is too, which is kind of dangerous, actually. Mewtwo X putting out a lot of damage there. You're giving up an item slot for that extra stuff because that Mega Stone's already taken up that crucial third slot.
Yeah, it kind of gives us a little bit of an insight into how they want to be playing this on the side of Los Duros. Typically, people pick up the Mewtwo X. They make it more support defender-ish, where it's kind of just there to pull people into the fight. Right now, no way. They're going all for it, bro. They've got the attack weight. I believe, is that an Assault Vest as well? Let me zoom in on that screen. It is an Assault Vest, so they're there ready for that special attack.
Yeah, Assault Vest so good. But, Connell, I don't think we ever highlighted this. Double Mewtwo is in this game, and they're going into the same lane, too. Los Duros says, you know what? There's something here. I called it out earlier. We're going to run it.
Bro, that is brutal. Mewtwo squared in the bottom lane here as they look to get a KO on Bidepig from the get-go. Poor Cleffa can't do anything. DJ stuck up against it here as Miraidon. Not a lot you can do against those Megas.
No, not a lot you can do. They're already putting the pressure down. Miraidon able to out-secure that top 1LB. That's going to be really crucial for it to keep that pressure in the lane. But look at this. Oscatar's already in the top lane, ready to cause some havoc.
Nearly gets the dual wing beat execute off, buddy, but not an easy target on the side of Swinub. They're such a strong laner here, so they're just going to try and take the rest of the farm away from Team In.
We do have a little bit of a support duo going on in the central path there. We got that Blissey going up against the Clefable, but they're able to pull away. They connect. There's a 4-man at the top. The 850 birds are spawning. Look at that. Already gone deleted. Less than 3 seconds to go. But Zika is, look at the damage done.
That's brilliant. They were so close to getting KO'd, but they managed to take all of that experience and get back to their pad. A quick rotation here from Mimikyu as they look to come down to the bottom lane. Danny's trying to stop this damage from getting close to No Way. They're weak, but they do get back to their pad. And look at the maneuverability from Danny here, trying to get around from Zika and DJ, but unfortunately, the pincer movement finds them.
No, but they do see that the Mimikyu is now in the bottom there, and Oscatar has the opportunity. Do we go top? Do we go bottom? Realizing that we are in a bit of a pickle down in the bot side, they're coming down. Now we got double Mewtwo's with the Scyther. Clefable is gone, no more healings, no more mobile pad. Regidrago hits the field, and Oscatar says, this is going to be mine.
Yeah, Regidrago for the boot. It's going to be pretty good here for Los Duros. Give that little bit of extra experience, uncontested as well. And now they've hit the extra bits of levels they were looking for. But I will say, this game, bro, it's all going to come down to the Mimikyu Cypher fight. They're trying to take the lead in levels here.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Level 7s on both sides. The Mimikyu still in that bot side there. Now we do have Scyther with an opportunity. Blissey says, look, Escavalier's still up. Scyther, you want it? No? That's all right. I'm Blissey. I'm going to take it. Piloswine's onto them, though. Investigator Detective Piloswine is on the case, rooting out the Blissey.
Oh, Oscatar was like, I don't need no buff when I can go farm Team Int, but unfortunately, a little bit too late with it, buddy. The dual wing beat's gonna go down, doesn't manage to find Bida. Zika sat in the bush, waiting for the ambush as they go through with Phantom Force, and it's gonna connect, and that is then sent back to the spawn area. Not a good sight for Oscatar, as right now Los Duros cannot hold strong against Zika on this Mimikyu.
The play with me comes in and pulls down the Mewtwo. Why? Taking it down and sending it home. We're going back to old school where Mimikyu's like, you know what? We're going to go brawl, takes us down. They're not going to break this pad quite yet because they still got to get that Mimikyu score in. Mewtwo and Blissey stopping it. Those egg bombs delaying the score. Now we have Los Duros. 4-man army taking down Zika. Now moving on to Clefable. They're looking at Regilecki. They're saying, yum, yum, let's take this on and get our 6th member.
Huge shout out to Albanoa there. Oscatar went down nearly 3 times if it wasn't for those heals, and they managed to grab the Regilecki as well as finding a great KO. Now can they defend this pad? Team Int do not want to give the advantage over to Los Duros here. They do have the defense for it, but oh, that's a shame. The Lecky walks in anyway, and now Los Duros can get a tasty overcap in that goal and look for more farm in the central area.
All it takes is one bad flick of the stick there, and that was it. Piloswine went for the Ice Fang and put it into their own pad. Unfortunate. Blastoise getting out on 1 HP in a dream. I don't know how they dodged that Miraidon. All it needed to do was press a B press there after its Unite move. Blastoise was gone. But Team Int is now pushing this pad, and they said, we're not inting if it works.
Yeah, I like how aggressive they're getting here, buddy. They are working so well to have their frontliners up there and allow DJ to just rip from this back line. Oscatar has not had an easy job jumping onto DJ. This is a great team effort from Team Int.
Yeah, Team Int is starting to run away. Zika is sitting at level 11 on this Mimikyu there, but they're moving as a unit. Mamoswine off laning, get that level 9, get the Unite move online, and to get back into the fray with the team up in the top here. Only wild Pokemon to grab and experience, but this is also the scores that could come in. Oscatar's already going in with the Green Illusion dive. We're going to be seeing a huge Queenly Ascendant come in and pick them up. They're taking them down, sending them home, and there's a nice surf with the Blitz Consist connecting onto Blastoise.
Mammoth says it's Mammoth time, bro. Valentia dives in. Good Ice Fang as well. It's a triple KO for Pancakes as they look to Pancake Los Duros with the Stomps. It's a 46 overcap on that one, buddy. His team in 237 to 124 now. Both teams will go their separate ways as they look to grab the opposite objectives.
I think Mamoswine might be a little bit confused, they think, hey, I'll play for the orange team now. Don't worry, guys, don't worry. I'm just looking purple, but that's okay. I'm really an orange color as they go to get Vision down on the bot side and say, Regilecki's now playing there. I should take a defensive pit.
I mean, this is going to be an interesting play. Los Duros here, they're going to at least show face with no way, but recognizes, hey, there is way too many Pokemon from Team Int here. We're going to have to back up. We should probably grab some experience and look to get ready for the final fight, because that is where this will be decided. There is a Mimikyu that has hit level 13 at the 340 mark in this game.
Yeah, and it's going to be Kyogre time in 90 seconds. But Serena's already hitting on top of that Blastoise there. Blastoise trying to get the Surf off, but first the Hydro Typhoon goes in, locks down Zika, and then we're pushing into the Clefairy. They're going into the deep there. We're trying to get it down, but it rolls the fly on the Wonder Wish. Now they're in deep looking for the Mewtwo Y, and Serena comes in and says, you gotta go. That's my Clefable. You can't have it.
Time to kneel, says Pancakes. They were looking like they want to go for that score, buddy, but recognizes that Danny was going to be back early enough, so they have to get off that pad. Now Team Int looking to find more experience here with a minute left before we see the objective spawning through. This could be a risky move. I like the fact that they've actually retreated from that.
Yeah, the Mamoswine has a really good disengage there with that Earthquake. They're able to get away from the Mewtwo. Now we're going to be looking for a position. We're 37 seconds away from Kyogre. We have 237 to 144. Los Duros knows they are behind. Levels now, they are also behind. Quadruple 11s with Oscitar at 13. They need to find a pick. Miraidon is the danger threshold for them, but Zika, they need to be able to hold off Zika while taking down Miraidon.
Looking at the positioning they've got, Team Int recognize they're going to have to defend this T1 pad. One Hundo Burger will flip who is winning this game right now. Los Duros, though, they want to get aggressive here. They do have good rip. They've got Oscitar on the Cypher. They have Mewtwo Y for Danny as well. Looking to see if they can bait in Team Int here. When there's a Kyogre, the game is not over, and they're looking to make that approach with a dive in from Pancakes. They don't find anybody just yet. Enhanced Charge Beam is going to be used. There's the electric terrain. Los Duros want to wait for that to expire before they look for that crowd control.
Now the Mamoswine is going in. There's the Earthquake there with the double Infinite Cyber coming out there. Zika has shown great patience there, but we do lose the Serena and the Clefable. Los Duros is now an advantage of 5v3. Mamoswine is looking to pick up Oscitar, but it's them that gets picked up instead. It's Zika alone against an army, and we get Team Int completely aced. Los Duros is now here to slay the Ogre.
What an effort from Los Duros there. Brilliant patience from them, waiting for Team Int to make the approach, and the second one of them overstepped, they let everything loose. They find the KOs. Now all they gotta do is find a Hundo Burger, and that's exactly what Alba Noah does. They have the lead with 55 seconds left on the clock.
They got to look for a way to get another score in because this is way too close. All it takes is just one little point, a 5 cap in the double point section to go for it. But we do have the Serena going in deep, trying to get those boots down, and we got the Queenly Senate trying to pick it up. There we go in as well. Oscitar dives in, trying to take it down, but they can take it down. They do take the Clefable down with them, but we are backing off, and there is a blue buff on the side of Team Int now.
Are they going to be able to get there, though? Zika recognizes Mewtwo X is going for it, knows that No Way is looking for that bottom goal. They do make it, stop them from scoring any points. Not that they had that many, but this is where it's tough. 15 seconds left. Pancakes, they only need to score this 10 point. They've now got 19. It's not going to be enough. The defense from Los Duros is there. We see Mamoswine trying to do the same on the bottom T2, but they managed to jump through. Mimikyu! No, they didn't. That was so close.
Oh my goodness. They're going to look at this and they're going to realize, man, if only we had 5 points in the pocket there, we would have had that. 237 to 244. Team Int controlling the game for the most part, but Los Duros coming back, clapping back, and saying, we'll see you in game 2 when we have point advantage.
That was crazy, bro. An extra second, an extra millisecond in that game, and Zika would have been able to get that score in. They ended up taking the buff, I believe. They were the ones with it when they went onto that pad, and they just needed that in. It was 24 points. That would have given them the win. That is crazy. This is why we love these two teams going up against each other, bro. It is that close when they compete.
Also, I just want to take a look at these numbers there. Miraidon doing great work. 94k damage dealt out. 23k damage taken. That's what you want in an attacker. But 0 damage healed? I don't know how you get a 0 damage number like that, or a heal number like that, because you always seem to get like some sort of heal. So I'm a little bit impressed by that one.
Yeah, I mean, DJ, 94k damage dealt, 23 taken.
Yeah.
You've done what you need to do as a ranged attacker there, bro. It was electric. Was that game? Zika has cooked as well. It literally came down to the final moment, all again being the battle that goes on during that Kyogre fight. And I gotta say, Los Duros, I think they lost maybe one Pokemon during that entire fight.
Yeah, I want to say they did. I want to say, I don't remember who it was now. Oh my gosh. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I blanked. And then, yeah, they respawned in. They got it back. All 5 of them got the Kyogre buff. They were able to just take them down so methodically. And yeah, once they found the momentum, it just was a swing. The first KO was all they needed.
I love that game. I can't wait to see where game 2 goes right now.
Yeah.
It's Team Int, bro, they are going to be kicking themselves. It was a second away from taking that win, but they opened the door for Los Duros a little bit too much in that game. They were very aggressive in the early to mid stages, but just allowed Los Duros to get too much experience to get back into it.
Yeah, and as we can see in the replay here, like, this is where Los Duros started to find their momentum to come back. They went there, they took the first pad, they got pushed, but Team Int coming back, clapping back, and look, this is the Blastoise I mean. 1 HP in a Dream is able to just loop around the Miraidon and make their escape.
Oh, I mean, it's just non-stop fighting here, bro. A good effort from Alentia to come back from, you know, throwing the Lecky into your own pad. They had some brilliant Ice Fangs in those final few fights. I liked this effort as well from Oscar, but it's so difficult with the crowd control that connected. You had that Serena Unite move to shut down Oscar. You had the effort coming in from the Mamoswine, the Ice Fang. It was really tough for them to be able to connect with those executes.
Yeah, the Mammoth Mashers were on point. Those Ice Fangs, making sure they do pick up those targets for their team to go in and collapse on. Even they were combating that Blastoise in terms of power and positioning there, and they were doing a really good job of just being able to say, you know what, Blastoise, we're going to keep pace with you. But the Hydro Typhoon here, followed up by this Surf that's about to come through, like, this is just where Blastoise shines the most. And look at Alentia surviving. They're like, Oscar must go down. And they do manage to get the KO with the help of Zika, but it just wasn't enough.
Bro, it took so much as well. Alba, Noah, huge shout out to them with the mad heals provided over to the side of Oscar, keeping him in that fight for so long, and then just an easy rip. This is crazy because as you see the score there, it literally came down to the final second on who was going to win that game, despite the fact that Los Duros won that fight at the objective so effectively.
Yeah, 1 second longer. If that game just went on 1 second longer, it was in Team Int's hands. But, yeah, oh my gosh. Game 2 now, though. Game 2. Now we're going to be looking at to see how we're going to pivot. Because Team Int, they, like I said, they were controlling the majority of the narrative of that game. So, coming in, it's like, all right, now how do we pivot? Where do we go? We just messed up a little bit at the Kyogre fight. So, coming into Game 2, we just got to make sure that fight itself locked down.
I wonder if Zika is going to try and take the Cypher this time, the tried and tested. I mean, a brilliant speedster player anyway. The Mimikyu was so effective, Jonathan. We were talking about the Pokemon that we love to cast, and I went on about Cypher. I completely forget. I hate playing Mimikyu. I hate playing against Mimikyu, but casting it, boy, is it so much fun.
Oh my gosh, yeah, no, Scyther is such a treat to be able to look and watch and see what it can do. There are, like, certain trainers within the UCS, the EUL, within all these other leagues out there where you're just like, you see them and you're just like, no, Scyther's an instant ban against you every day of the week. You're never touching it again. I remember the last time I let you have it.
I mean, looking at the bans here, it's Glaceon that's going to be banned out by Team Int this time. That was previously Los Duros. Mega Y will be the same ban for Los Duros, and then the Vaporeon. So Hooper has been let through by Team Int this time.
Yeah, Hoopa is coming through, and that is going to be an interesting take on this as well. Albert Noah is a strong Hoopa player, but Biter Pig also strong with these supporters as well. Elentia is going to be picking up the Blastoise. Strong engagement Pokemon there, able to set up great plays there. But Albert Noah says, my Hoopa is my boy, welcome home, as Noah is looking to pick up the Mewtwo X. Undecided yet, but that's the way it looks like for Los Duros.
I do love the response ban picks here from both of these squads. So Pancake Serena gets banned out by Los Duros. They don't want any of that action. Elentia steals the Blastoise away from Louisian. Albano is happy to have their Hoopa. Zika, oh bro, Zika pulls out the Leafeon. The first time I saw Zika before I casted them, I see their TikToks on Leafeon, and boy, they have a brilliant Leafeon.
Oh, Biter, you were teasing me. I saw the Sableye with 4 seconds to go, but DJ comes in with the Dodrio. Can kind of see what Team Int's going to do with this game, and they're going to be off kilter, off lane and pumping scores in. They said, we lost by 5 points, so we're going to go score comp, and we're going to fix it. We're going to make sure this never happens again. If we're going to lose, it's going to be at the Kyogre fight, and not because of 5 points.
Biter does it. She pulls out the Sableye for you, buddy. As Pancakes looks to see what they want to bring to the fight. Surely not a third speedster. Are they going triple speedster? Team Int with triple speedsters on the field.
Oh, you love to see it. Okay, listen, now I gotta go check the live production chat. All right, this is too good to be true. I'm literally just waiting for Shavan to be in the back there and be like, listen, we have to reset. I'm waiting for it because this is like, yes, for me.
It's like, I mean, whether it's a viable comp is a different conversation, but we're very excited to be casting it, bro, because Osquitar pulls out the Mimikyu, and one thing that Mimikyu is very good at is going one-on-one with speedsters. It's one of those pseudo speedsters that is very good if you go for that claw moveset to really do well against the speedsters, but 3 of them, that might be a little bit too much, but bro, they've all got Goal Getter on. This is a heavy score comp.
Yes! Oh, yeah, they're saying, listen, we lost by 5 points. We can't have that again. Scores are coming in. We got even the score shield on the Talonflame. Extra protection. The amulet coin for extra points there. But Los Duros is onto them. They know that what they're going to do. They got triple all-rounders. 2 Mewtwo's that have that infinite Cyburn. What does infinite Cyburn do besides just hit the whole team as well as stun them out? Reveals their location on the map. If you ever lose a speedster, infinite Cyburn, and you know where they are.
I love this. I think this is it's literally strength versus speed in this game, Jonathan.
Yeah.
They have the Pokemon to get the crowd control onto these speedsters, but can they catch them? That's the problem. And this is why Biter Pig's pick here is going to be so important, because the stuns that Sableye can do when you are trying to catch out a speedster, this is a brilliant pick by Team It for this score comp.
Oh, yeah, no, I absolutely love it. I'm here for it. 4 goal getters is insane, though. Oh, my gosh. You instantly know. You see, they're like, all right, they got 3 speedsters, a Sableye. We kind of get what they're doing. And when you hit that load screen, Lestro's probably going, wow, they really want those scores in. So pad defense is one of the ways they're going to be able to defend against it. So, I mean, they have to get to the pad so you know where they're going to be at all times, where they want to be pushing. There's only 2 locations they could really be in if they want to get that done. So that is a really good way to just shut them down and block them out from attempting to get what they want to do done.
I gotta say, the absolute audacity of Team Int to do this. They are currently a game down, Jonathan. They didn't win that last game. They have to win this if they want to go to game 3 against Los Duros, and they are playing something like this. That is confidence ensued into your team, and I love the fact that they have the confidence of each other to pull something like this out in the second game.
Listen, my favorite team in NA has a motto, and that motto is, it's not inting if it works. So And Team Int is going full into it. They're like, listen, if it works, it's not inting. If it is, just look at their name. Come on.
We told you we were going to do it. It's in our name.
Exactly. Well, that's our warning label. That's our trigger warning. That's our, this is like, do not knock, or this is what you're getting.
We are just waiting for them to load up here, chat. We did have a crash, but it's all good. The comps will be staying the same. It's just Oscitar that didn't have the opportunity to change their item. As you say, we still have these bugs going on in Pokemon Unite. We will do our best to get around them here in the European League Masters, but, you know, inevitably, they do happen.
Yeah, they do indeed. But you know what? That's okay. The Pokemon are staying the same, and that's what I'm so excited for. Yes. Sableye, when it's invisible, we're going to be able to exert a lot of pressure as well. Even if you do try to go for the team fights, it's a lot of hit and run tactics. So if that's the way you want to play it, like, that's still good. And Talonflame, that excellent secure. We do have great rip on the side of Los Duros, but that secure, little less certain. Talonflame could easily swoop in, grab the buff. All of a sudden, you got 5 Kyogre buffs on a team that's got 4 goal getters. You do not want to be in that scenario.
What's crazy about this game is it is all early game here, bro, on both sides of the comps, even on Los Duros. You don't need any evolutions. It's all early game in this one.
And Biter Pig is doing my favorite play. They're going straight for the invade. Albernoa is looking. They find the Sableye through that little detection method, but Sableye doesn't care. They're going in for the stall tactics. Meanwhile, double Mewtwo back down in the bottom lane here, looking for the secures. They miss out on the first Bunnelby. Now they're going to be looking to keep the pressure on by trying for the Indeedee.
I really like this tactic with the Mewtwo squared for Los Duros. It's worked for them quite a bit. I mean, last game you left with the Miraidon down here, which isn't too bad. You know, it's very capable of defending against that, but it just means all that farm goes over to those Mega Mewtwo, and they get their Mega Meter very early. It's level 5 and they're ready to go in.
Yeah, Albernoa is doing a great job there, keeping the Leafeon at bay, keeping them back. They're like, listen, I know you got a goal getter, but you still got 17 points in the pocket. Goal getter or not, if we just keep hitting you, we keep tapping you, we get you low, we can KO you before you get any points in. 850 birds that are now spawning in, Tano.
Oh, looking to grab all of that is Team Int, and that's exactly what they do. Louisian hasn't hit level 5 yet. We don't have any super power ready to come through, but with that KO, that's exactly what they find. So now these speedsters, they've got a second guess whether they want to go close to the ultimate buzz.
Yeah, we're keeping vision now with the Leafeon. They find out where that Oscitar is on the Mimikyu. They're going into the bottom side here. They're going to be able to get that. Oh, so close! But the Sableye is. Oh no, that's the Dodrio is able to connect their points in. We do get taken down. Leafeon's back in. Dodrio's now gone. Little Squirtle's trying to keep the defense up, but it's not going to be enough as they're taken down. And now all of a sudden, Mewtwo Y and Oscitar are pressuring this pad.
Yeah, this is now getting to a difficult stage for Team Int. Getting to the point now where Los Duros is out-leveling them, and despite the fact that they've got those goal getters, Los Duros has managed to take the lead with the points. It's all on the back of this Mimikyu. If they can't find the KOs onto it, they do there. Oscitar sent back. Here comes Zika looking for more KOs. They get hunted down by the Mewtwo X, and No Way manages to shut down that fight.
Now, I know one of the things that I always say is play your own game of Unite. Don't play what your opponent's playing. But Los Duros is playing the same game Team Int is, except they're being more successful. They're being just as chaotic, just as separate, just as annoying with hit-and-run tactics as they are. And look at this. They're able to take down the Buzzwole now as the Regidrago remains ignored. The Oscitar is up in the top now looking for the defense there. Some points go in, but they do have that point lead. 126-73 as they take down the Leafeon.
They really need to get the rest of their speedsters online. We need Talonflame on the field. It is difficult because Talonflame, of course, a free Evo stage Pokemon, has to have quite a little bit of experience to have access to that Fly or that Brave Bird. We need to see that because that's where Team Int is falling down right now. Los Duros have won the level battle. They are getting their Unite moves online. We have an Infinite Cyburn ready to go. Regidrago has been given to Los Duros as well. Everything is turning up Los Duros as Blastoise is sent back to the Pokemon Center. Finally, DJ hits Talonflame, but can't do anything with Crowd Control City on that pad.
I think the only good thing that's happened for Team Int in the last 90 seconds is the fact they now have a Blastoise playing on their team. Look at these points in. They said, you know what? You want to play 4 goal getters? We'll show you how to score, and we don't even need it. 162 to 103 as Los Duros is commanding this lead and taking it back. They said, Team Int, you controlled the game last time, but now we are in control.
Bro, this is going to come down to an insane rip from Team Int on the objective coming in at the final few moments. I'm telling you now, that's exactly what they're going to end up going for, because Los Duros have so much control of Fire Sky Ruins here. Team Int cannot get anything working in either of these lanes right now.
No, but Los Duros does have that powerful position. They've already eliminated the first T1 pad in the bot side. That is where Regieleki is. It's now going towards the T2 with a free mark in. And the 2 Pokemon down there have a lot of points in their pocket there. But Team Int is keeping the pressure on in the top. But Los Duros finding the KOs on the Leafeon, finding the KOs on the Sableye, breaking the T2 pad before 5 minutes. Tano, there are 2 Regielekis that could still go towards that home pad.
Yeah, that's incredible. I also cannot believe Oscar just went back in on that and deleted Blastoise. That's usually not the combo that you want to see. Right now, Team Int looking to find a KO on No Way. It takes 3 of them to find that KO. We do see Triple Trample used, trying to get away from the Oscar dive. Mimikyu looks like they are going to go down. Regi's taken by Team Int. Is this where we see them get back into this game?
140 to 245. 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in the match. There are lots of time to get back into this. Hydro Typhoon coming out with the rapid spin combo coming through, dodging the infinite sideburn. Great defense now put down, but taken down by Albernoa's hyperspace portals. Woo! That is not something you see every day. Oopa getting that KO.
Yeah, you love to see it. Oh, the Chaos Glower, but it doesn't connect. The damage came in from the Alterias, and no, they weren't able to send them back. And right now, despite the fact that these goal-getters are in play, Los Duros continues to extend their point lead. Team Int haven't been able to find a way to get in the lead at all. They've got to go for more farm here, Jonathan. Look at all the yellow dots on their side.
I know that, Tano, but look, that Regieleki's coming back in 8 seconds there. Straight shot to the home pad. Los Duros will either look to rip it now or to hold it in the pocket for the next minute and send that closer to a double points, because that is a win condition.
Yeah, that is going to be the right play as well, as they go score some points into the home pad as well. Unfortunately, I think the momentum is just on their side too much. I like this effort from Team Int here. They're trying to see if they can break this pad, get on and get more points in, just cut down that score lead even more. Wow, it's going down to 20 points now, buddy. But again, look at where Los Duros were. They're going to go back to the home pad after scoring back in Team Int's pad. And now, despite the fact that we've got a minute left before this objective comes in, it couldn't be any closer.
Yeah, they're going to break the T1 pad here. Dodrio's going to hop on that pad and help the Sableye get those points in. Dodrio could try to score, but that would just end up, breaking it with a little bit of a less score in. But they're going straight for the Regieleki there. That's nice grab from the Mewtwo X on the Talonflame. Looking for the KO. The eject button out from the Buzzwole as it takes down the Side Strike on Talonflame. Huge resources being burned right now to avoid KOs to ensure Los Duros gets this objective.
Now it's Team Int managing to take the lead, but the objective has been taken. That is going to be walking into that home pad. We've got 25 seconds before the final objective is on the field. Team Int looking to get a Registeel as well. That's going to be single-handed by Dodrio, but here comes Oscar. Whilst the Lecky continues to walk, that will be defended, but that is going to be a Registeel for Mimikyu.
Oh.
Los Duros with a huge buff coming up to this fight here, Jonathan.
That tri-attack almost secured it now, but Groudon is here, so with the Groudon is here, I'm messing it up, Tano, I'm so sorry, but while it's now here, the game is still on, and here we go. We're poking and prodding around this. The home pads are open on both sides there. When we're starting to rip Groudon, it's about halfway through. Talonflame's just being like, oh.
Ooh, there's a flame sweep there, trying to see if they could find a pick. They don't. Hydro Typhoon is going to get 2 of them, though. In the middle of it, play with me onto Alentia, and they're taken out of the fight. The Groudon gets taken by Team In. They found it. Zika goes on in, picks up the huge buff, and Team In were already in the lead here, bro. Lost Duros were controlling Fire Sky Ruins, but it's Team In that takes the objective, and they're looking to win with 1:10 on the clock.
Yeah, they're dunking these points in, 695 to 297. It was a rough early game, but they were able to find the momentum late game. Able to be like, all right, we can keep the tempo off. We're not going to play what they want to do. They've under our shenanigans of keeping the chaos on, but Mimikyu does have a Groudon buff. The home pad is open there. We do have an infinite Cyber in the pocket as we are looking to go up to the top T1 pad and break it.
I don't know whether they've got enough change here, though. They're looking for the overcaps. Let's get that one in. They do have the 50 on the side of Oscar as well, so 419 now, but they've only got the Hundo Burger left. That's going to get them to 500, but not enough change on the field. They're going to have to find KOs here to pick up more of that Eos energy, but the KOs are coming through from Team In. Instead, they look to wipe out Los Duros, and with one of the most ridiculous comps that we've seen in a very long time, Team Int are taking us to a game 3.
Woo! You love to see it. You love to see it. Team Int said, not again. Never again by 5 points. All right. They were haunted by that. Haunted. They said, you know what? We're going all in on this. Scores, scores, scores. Because at the end of the game, that's all it's about. You can have the most damage dealt. You could have the most KOs, the most damage taken, the most heals, but none of it matters if you don't have the most points.
It upsets me that Bidapig and DJ didn't get 4 KOs and 6 assists, because that's beautiful sights there from the rest of the team. Mate, this is the second time already. We're only in week 1, by the way. Second time in this league where Team In and Los Duros have gone up against each other, and we're going to a 3rd game for the second time.
The second time, indeed. The last time this happened, yesterday, during the seeding stage, Los Duros lost to Int in that 2-1. So Los Duros is looking to keep that alive and say, you know what, we're going to reverse it. This is our 2-1 victory over you. So coming into game 3, I don't even know how you fight against this, or if you do bring a comp that is capable of defending this. That just relies on Team Int to bring it again. They could bring something completely else out of left field. It's why it's so brilliant and perfect.
Yeah, it's so difficult to catch those speedsters. You don't really have to worry about much else. But I gotta say, Alentia was brilliant on the Blastoise there. You utilizing that crowd control and being difficult to catch. The spin came out from Alentia, and that worked a treat for them, especially at trying to be wary of Oscar. Although that Mimikyu, boy, were they cooking in that game. I don't know where to go for game 3 here, Jonathan, because surely you can't go for a comp like that again.
No, not again. But, Tano, I will also point out, this is 2 back-to-back games. Suicune didn't hit the ban list, did not hit the draft, and is, it's just not there. It just doesn't exist. It is still a very busted Pokemon. And I do believe that if you are going to fight a comp like what Team Int has, CC is where it's at. You may want to prioritize making sure that you have a lot of those stuns available to you.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm actually quite surprised that they didn't pull out this weekend there, Los Duros, seeing what they were going up against. As soon as Zika and DJ locked in that speedster, you'd be like, you know what, that's a good shout. Let's go for that. Let's see if they do that in the next game. But right now, we have a look at where this one ended up, and it was all Los Duros' control until we get to these moments here where Team Int managed to get back into it by just constantly scoring.
Yeah, and going into the Groudon fight too, like, look at this. They're starting to get it low there, but Team Int just starts making their move. They're coming in. They instantly take down that Mewtwo. The Hydro Typhoon setting that up. They're going in for more KOs. They completely ignore the Groudon now, but now that they've taken a few hits, they go for the Groudon now, and already it's too late because Team Int is on top of them.
How Zika managed to just... Thank you so much, production. Look at where Zika is. They're just on their own down in this bottom right of that Groudon fight where Louisin is, and they go on in with the Emerald 2-step. That lands throwing out the Razor Leaf, and that's just it. Easy KO onto the objective for Zika. The fact that they were able to do that, that is an incredibly squishy Pokemon, by the way. They were not even looked at by Los Duros.
Yeah, not even. And when they did get the KOs on Team Int, it was the Sableye and the Blastoise, the Speedsters, the Powerhouses were still up, especially the one goal-getter user using Scorch Shield.
Yeah, I mean, what an absolutely ridiculous comp by Team In, and I can't believe it worked so effectively for them. Huge shout out to that squad. As I said, having the confidence to pull out those kind of comps, and I will say, it does force the opposition to really have a think about it. They're kind of like, this works for this comp, right? You're kind of second guessing what you're pulling out in this, because you're like, yeah, this must work, right? Look, they're coming at us with something that's completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm not used to playing that. I've never seen that. Hopefully this works, and I like that tactic here.
Yeah, and that's actually part of like what I really enjoy about this game is tactics like this coming out and working. They do work more as a surprise factor, so it's kind of like not something you can bring in more than once into a single set, but it does get you a crucial win, and that's what it's all about. Those surprise factors that you're trying to offset your Pokemon or your opponent there, and draft kind of like eliminates that surprise factor. If you're going into a blind pick scenario, you're like, oh no, I don't know what they're running, we can't counter them. But into a draft, be able to pull something out like this and just be like, oh no, how do we counter this? Oh, we might have messed up. Oh no. You know, like to be able to pull those moments off, that's just peak. That's just peak.
The difficulty is now I've got absolutely no idea what the next game's going to bring, Jonathan, because I tell you what, if you were a betting person, I could have put all my money on the fact that that would not have been a comp that we saw in Game 2. So who knows what Team Int are going to do in Game 3, because they have to win this if they want to defeat Los Duros again.
Yeah, and I think the way Los Duros got to look at this too, look at how maybe some generic strategies could work to open up your core there. Blastoise was an instant pick. That was going to shut them down on Team Int there, so you had to take it away. The Hydro Typhoon, too disruptive. Surf, too disruptive. Blastoise's Bulk, too disruptive. So Blastoise is a Pokemon you need to start looking at there as well. Suicune, paired up with maybe a Lapras or something else that got some freeze. Mamoswine's done some good stuff, but basically chain CC, chain your stuns there. Look for something to get that off. And once you have that core that you're able to work with, then you can go into your own strategy, because now you have something that can at least defend and counter anything that Team Tint might try to bring out.
I still can't believe we didn't have a Suicune in that game, bro. Not banned, not picked.
I know!
It's just bizarre. I mean, we were...
Two games!
Two games, exactly. Every time that I'm on cast, it's like, look, even if Suicune does no damage in this game, you would still pick it up. Like, the crowd control from that Pokemon is the best in the game, so you would still pick it up because it still adds so much to your team. So I'd be absolutely shocked if we don't see Suicune at least banned or coming out in this next game, mate.
Absolutely. But listen, Team Int, if you're watching, if you're listening to the cast, if you listen to the casters and whatnot and like listening to them, let me tell you about a surprise pick you're not ready for. Blissey did not make it into the bans and is still up, okay? Make sure you grab that Blissey. And your last pick there, Razor Leaf Decidueye. I've given you the secret tech, send it. Blissey, Razor Leaf Decidueye, they will never expect it. Never expect it.
Bro, don't, because DJ will do it. DJ will absolutely pull out a Decidueye. That guy, man, honestly, whatever. He just loves playing that kind of stuff. As we go on into Game 3 here, chat, looking at the bans, I don't expect any changes here, realistically. Maybe the Serena gets let through, but we'll see if that sticks there for Los Duros.
Los Duros says Blastoise was too strong of a pick. Indeed, we're going to get rid of that. Blue, anti-blue is still gone there, but Team Int is picking up that Hoopa, taking it out of there, away from Albertoa. They're like, listen, there's a reason this belongs in a ban list against you, and we're going to bring it there. Charizard Y, staple ban. Clefable, get it gone.
Oh, banning out the Clefable is an interesting decision by Los Duros. What do they have up their sleeves that they don't want a Clefable on the field? Of course, great AoE healing, but Gravity is so good at countering certain Pokemon. This is an interesting strategy from Los Duros.
Yeah, and right away, Nitera, I know you're watching. Mega Lucario first picked. just for you. Now Team Int is going to be looking to counter this Mega Lucario. They're like, all right, they got it. They went for it. They fell for the bait. Charizard X still up. Look at DJ locking onto that Blissey. Oh no, it's Zika coming in with the Mimikyu. Biter Pig goes in with the Blissey. DJ's in the last slot. Razor Leaf Decidueye still a possibility. Just saying.
Buddy, I'm hoping for it with you as well. Let's see what Los Duros wants to bring in for their second set of Pokemon here. Already a great core that Team Int has built up. That's a tried and tested combo for them. Los Duros wants to entertain Danny on the Glaceon. Oh boy, I'm very excited for that. And no way's going to pull out the Mega Mewtwo X.
Yeah, Mega Mewtwo X, again, strong level 5. Lots of Mega Evolutions coming your way. But Alentia coming in with the Crustle. DJ locking in the Miraidon. Not a Razor Desi, but you know what? Still a very strong pick. Able to shred down Los Duros if they don't pick a healer.
A little bit crazy there's still no Suicune in here, bro. They've got Albino pulling out the Umbreon. Louisian's going to take the tried and tested Blaziken. Pancakes did show us a little flash of it, but I expect them to just go onto a more damaging all-rounder here. Let's see what they want to go for. I'm surprised we've got no Suicune in this fight. I mean, yeah, you do have a lot of all-rounders on the side of Los Duros, but you're getting your call, buddy.
Oh, yes! There we go! Pancakes locking in the Decidueye. They're saying, you know what? It actually cooks here. Heck yeah, Team Int!
Like, you know that Jonathan? He's onto something, you know? He's onto something here. Zika is going to be playing the Decidueye. And I gotta say, I love it when we see flexibility from players. Pancakes has played different roles. Zika, moving away from the Speedster role, is now on the Decidueye ranged attack.
Yeah, absolutely there. Now, we do have, look at Zika. There's like, you know what? Maybe it's not Razor Leaf Desi, but I will give you a Decidueye with a Blissey, and we're going to snipe some arrows down on that thing. When you got 2 ranged attackers, 1 targeting healer like what that Umbreon's able to do, you got to just out-pressure it, out-damage it, and there's not a whole lot of sustain on the side of Los Duros outside of the Blaziken. So every member of that team is going to be relying on that Umbreon, so Umbreon has its work cut out for it.
Yeah, I will say, though, that taking down Danny is going to be a challenge here. Pancakes has one mission. Take out that Glaceon. You cannot allow Danny to be undefeated in that backline because it's a sure hit move, right? That's what it's about. You don't have a sure hit move on the side of DJ, on the side of Zika. That Decidueye and Miraidon, they are an easy target for a Glaceon. So this is all about Pancake and how they can get themselves onto that Glaceon to take him out the fight.
Yeah, and like you said, Glaceon's going to be that threat there, but we're going to see just how Team Int is going to handle it soon. As my voice is getting all gargly there for no reason, we're going to see that Mewtwo going into the bottom there as Lucario goes to the top.
Yeah, interesting matches here. We do see that paired combo into the central area for Team Int while they try and give some assistance over to that cute little Rowlet. Does mean it's a little bit more difficult for them in the top lane as we already see some points raining on through for that Umbreon.
Yeah, and they're going to be looking for this as well. They're setting up for these 850 birds there, but that's still about 40 seconds away. They still got to keep the pressure on. Miraidon, usually the Pokemon in this position doing that, not able to do it this time. That last Funnel Bee going towards the Eevee, and we get the evolution on the Umbreon.
Okay, Umbreon on the field, making it a lot harder for them to be able to find the lane up here. Stacks rains through for Albanoa. Here comes Combusken ready for the 950s, but they know Mimikyu's there, and they spot them as they dive on into the bush.
Oh, yeah. No, you got to try to take out somebody. They're playing for KOs. They're playing for farm. But we do have a 4v4 up in the top there. Mega Lucario's the first to fall. The birds are gone. Ontario's still there. This side, no, the babies. This Umbreon also falls too. Team Int taking a power position up in the top, trying everything they can to get these points in. The more they score, the sooner this Decidueye gets online.
Bro, if we see more of this from Pancakes this game, I think teams need to be looking at banning a Mimikyu away from Team Int. Zika was dominating on it in the previous 2 games, and now it's actually Pancakes that is managing to get some good domination on it so far. If that continues, you've got to look at it as that's a Pokemon that a lot of their players can play really well.
Yeah, already the Miraidon is keeping the pressure on. Paired with the Mimikyu, paired with the Blissey there. They're ready to go ham as they're backing off because Reggie Drago has just hit the field.
Already set up to take it down is DJ here as they go for the damage onto the Regidrago. Bider's already here to provide the support as well. Right now, it's uncontested from them. Los Duros not even able to get in there as Danny is already zoned out in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we are going to see that this, there's the Spirit Shackle. Not a Razor Leaf, but I'm not totally upset because we still got the Decidueye. It's still doing great work there, but it's also getting chased down now. Pulled back by the Mewtwo X. Now it's sitting on top of it. The Blissey comes through and starts helping it around as the Mimikyu. Zika comes out of left field and says, "Not on my watch."
Bro, you're just never safe when there's a Mimikyu on the field, and the way Team Int plays it, it's always a threat. You love to see the way that they come to defend their teammates here, and I gotta say, good control from Team Int so far. They're trying to take control of both of these lanes. It looks like they're gonna try and see if they can steal both objectives, or rather, Miraidon is now looking to see if they can get a little bit of farm before they go for that bottom one. Regieleki will be taken by Team Int if they can just zone out that Luca. Keep an eye on it, buddies. They look to dive in, but they just miss.
Yeah, that Spirit Shackle's just too strong. They're starting to output a lot of damage there. Umbreon does have the Wish in its pocket there, but it's not able to get anything done. But the Regirock in the bottom was able to go to the side of Los Duros.
Interestingly, they decide not to push the Crustle and Miraidon defending that pad. Now they're going to go back, see if they can get their own central area farm, probably recognize that Team Int was going to be taking that away from them. So right now, it feels like Team Int, they are the ones that are taking control of this map. Los Duros looking for that farm, looking for all their Unite moves before they make a big push.
Yeah, 6 points there, now turned into 12. 2 scores, not a whole lot of points for any Pokemon that are stacking there. That's at least 2 stacks only for the side of Los Duros. 3 now with the 30 cap in. They're closing the point gap now, but look at the levels. Level 9 now, just hitting on 2 of their carries. Level 10 on Mimikyu Decidueye. Bliss Assist going in and hitting that Mimikyu there as Pancakes dives in. We do have Zika now coming in with the support of the Spirit Shackles and landing, throwing out the Knock Knock. They want this pad. Team Int saying this is going to be our new home base.
What an effort from Pig there. She goes and steals the Citrus Berry, and Los Duros have no choice but to run away when that Knock Knock is pulled out. Team Int are playing with some good conviction in this one. 213 points to 55 now, but it's all about that late game. That's the issue right now. If they can find those extra bits of levels. Right now, Glaceon, they have been stunted a little bit. Look at the way Team Int are rotating as a squad.
Yeah, that is the key thing about moving into this now as well. Los Duros is a little bit scattered. All of the Pokemon they have for farm on their side of the field to capture, not a lot of options because Team Int is keeping that going. Now, can Los Duros go to the side of Team Int? Not really. Why? They have 2 Team 1 pads still up, so there's not a lot for them. Team Int is literally starving them as they rip this Regieleki here. Los Duros, this could be like the only amount of experience that they really get to find.
Bider is coming to try and provide the assistance to DJ here, but that's not going to be enough. If they get that through, they do manage to defend the Lecky so far, pushed off with the X's, and the rest of the team is here. They've managed to grab that bottom objective, but it looks like Los Duros are just going to full send this. Team Int are going to allow them to do it, try and get onto the retreat back to that T2 pad, recognizing that Team Int are scoring in the bottom lane as well. Los Duros are full sending the T2 now. Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to rain on down. That's going to buy the space they were looking for as Lucario is sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, and that's the big momentum that they lost there. Now the Blaziken is trapped inside Luisen, looking for a way out, trying to get across the walls, connects with the Umbreon there, might be able to get away with a clutch mean look. Now we're going to see how it goes through because the Pancakes is able to connect onto them. I'm so used to Zika being on that Mimikyu, it just defaulted to it, but Zika is still there on that Decidueye, looking to secure Regidrago.
Even more experience for Team Int there. They have managed to catch up though with Los Duros, at least on the side of that Lucario. But the rest of the team needs to get more work done before we see this Kyogre take the field. Team Int will not allow them to do it as they invade the central area yet again. This is the point though, Jonathan, where you've got to be very wary of how aggressive you play. You're confident that you are winning this game, but you don't want to give over silly KOs and a little bit of experience unnecessarily.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You got 1 minute left until Kyogre spawns. That fight is still very crucial. 20 seconds until Regieleki comes in. 25 until a Regiroulette spawns in the bottom. We take a look at these levels. Not a single level 13 on the side of Lusteros. In fact, only one level 12. Well, as I say that, Blaziken hits it. But we have very low levels. Meanwhile, on the side of T-Imp, we do have that one level 13. That's on Zika. Pancake's level 12. We do have that Miraidon also level 12. So we are having a bit of a level advantage coming into this. And I think that's where Team Int is going to be focused there.
They're going to get a Reggie Steel buff as well for this Kyogre. This is crazy. That's exactly what Team Int are looking for. That Lecky is going to push onto their T2. Los Duros now looking to get in very aggressive positioning for this objective coming on through. Team Int trying to see if they can get more onto their side for the defense, recognizing they were going to be in that bush. That's the issue with Kyogre here, buddy. An infinite sideburn has already been used.
They had to burn it. They had to try to survive. It was a panic press, and unfortunately, it just didn't get them anything. But the fight hasn't started. They didn't go anywhere. Now that Mewtwo X is back in the fray, and now they don't have that Unite move anymore because of the panic press. This is a game about patience, and you have to have good patience. Look at this. It's above a minute. It's above 60 seconds. You've got time. Just play it back. Play a little bit tempo.
Right now, the ball is in the court of Los Duros. Team Int are comfortable in the lead here. They've got brilliant Rip, though, and that's exactly what they're going to go for. Glaceon straight onto it. Oscar with the Aura Cannon. They're looking to see if they can take it here. Blaziken is on the field. It's going to be the Decidueye Seeker. Locks it in for Team Int. They're already in the lead, but can they hold strong? They've found nearly everyone from Los Duros, and that's going to be too much for them to answer to.
80 points down to the bottom will break the T2 pad. There's another Hundo Burger coming in. The 70 points there from the Crustle on the top. 535 to 252. Minute left on the clock. If we're able to find KOs, this could be a way for Los Duros to get back. Do not give up and keep pressing forward. It's only 300 points at this stage in the game. But with 3 members of Team Int gone, the most they could get is 2 buffs there. And they're looking to collapse on the Crustle. And Crustle's just delaying time as much as possible.
That was a lot of time burned there. Brilliant combo play from Vidapig and Alencia. They knew that one of them was going to go down anyway. They did get caught, but it's all about wasting that time. Now they just need to defend this T1 pad. I do recognize that Pancakes is going to score another Hundo Burger in the home pad. Zika already locks in the objective for the squad. They get a triple KO here. Team Int are going to defeat Los Duros with a 2-1 victory for the second time this weekend.
Oh, and you know what? That's what I love to see too. These rivalries being born. Los Duros going back to the drawing board has to be like, all right, what worked with us? Game number 1 worked. Game 2 took us by surprise. Do we even count that? Go into the VOD review. Do we count that? Yes, you have to. You never know what's going to happen. I think every game you should be prepared for a Sableye counter, but that's just me. Going into game 3, though, they absolutely controlled the map. Team Int just went away with it, took off, and yeah, look at this Decidueye. 8 KOs, 267 scored, 9 assists. Blissey in their pocket the whole time. 14 assists. I'm scared of what this damage is going to be.
Me too, to be fair, buddy. 98k damage for Zika there. Los Duros comparably, Danny dropping the 40k damage on the Glaceon. It was just a little bit too much push and aggression from Team Int. They stuck as a 5 throughout the majority of those fights, and they were just walking over all the farm that Los Duros was desperate to take.
Yeah, absolutely there. But look at the scores as well. They were just plateauing. Like, Los Duros just wasn't able to get anything else in beyond the Regieleki score and a Hundo Burger into that as well. So now what do you do, Team Int? You look at that. They're just constantly scoring little bits, little fluctuations, little going. They had a little plateau there between the 6 to 8 minutes there, but that's what they wanted because they had the lead. They knew it was by more than 100 points, so they don't have to be as proactive in the scoring department. They just completely used that 2 minutes of time to shut down Los Duros. They stopped them at the skull pads, they stopped them at the team fights, they stopped them at the objectives, they denied them every step of the way.
What a fight. What more could you possibly want? Every time I watch these two squads, they are so much fun in that set.
Oh, yeah.
We already saw it yesterday, but we got more of it today. It was just absolutely ridiculous. And I love the fact that these rivalries really are starting to develop now.
Yeah, and look here, we do start to see pancakes. This is where a shift in momentum tried to happen and wasn't able to connect. We have a huge lead being further extended there. Bliss assist from 1.5 miles away, connecting onto pancakes to make sure they stay alive despite the mean look. Umbreon doesn't quite have the Moonlight Prance there, so those shields didn't get grabbed, and more scores raining in.
Oh, I mean, it was just non-stop fighting, to be honest. Every time Lost Eros was trying to find a way to break through what Team Int was bringing to them, but it just didn't work. They kept the score close, to be fair, but again, brilliant Unite usage by Team Int, buying that little bit of space that they were looking for, and just making sure, and I gotta say, huge shout out to this duo here, Bidepig and Alentia. They were so pivotal in this game for Team Int.
Yeah, and that's really crucial when you have a Pokemon like Decidueye on your team. It needs bodyguards. It needs its own secret service. And Alentia, Bidepig, they were it. They were in charge. They were locked on top. Anybody came through, they're like, no! Even Pancakes came by and said, you know what? I'll play a little bit of a mercenary for you. I'll get this guy off for a few AOS energy, and then I'll pop off and go do what I need to do.
Well, that's exactly what we're going to do here, chat, as we've got one more set to bring you in week 1 of the European League Masters. We're going to go grab ourselves a quick break. Grab yourself one, get a drink, get a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Welcome back, trainers. We've got one more game to bring you. It's MTZ Esports looking for their first win. Rework Esport Gear, the #1 seed, looking to continue that success, Jonathan.
And this is the set I have been waiting for all day long. I love my underdogs there. Esport Gear did lose yesterday to their counterpart team, Rework Esport Core, but it was down to the buzzer beater. MTZ Esports there has tools in their pockets to be able to take these games in for the wins. And I think this matchup here, gonna be a good one, Tano.
Yeah, MTZ, they're looking for their first win here. They struggled yesterday, but they're such a strong team. You can see their accolades. Here it is. Amara, Knight, MDR, Gaddy, and Haru rounds out MTZ Esports. Amara has a brilliant set of all-rounders as we go over to Rework Esport Gear.
Yeah, that's going to be Ryotari, Skull TT, Bone, Ickless, Beach, and Classics. The classics coming in. They got some really good accolades there as well. They won the UEC of 2024. They top 4 UCS of 2022. Top 6 in the EUL, and they did a sub as well for a top 30 UCS. That is absolutely astounding for across the roster here. This is going to be really cool to watch.
I love the fact, so Ickless was a sub for Do You Like Pineapple and Banana Peelers, which had such a brilliant, they're very close friends, but they had a brilliant rivalry in the EUL previously. So the fact that he was subs for both is just so funny, buddy. But this is exciting. I'm liking this. Rework Esport Gear. They couldn't defeat their opposite team, Core. They ended up losing to them, but they got the #1 seed. They defeated Thank You Todo, who did take down Core. So what a position for Rework Esport Gear to be in.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we do have that love triangle. Core beats Gear, Gear beats Toto, Toto beats Core. And that is always going to be in the back of my head as like a, wow, that happened. And when you are the #1 seed of the league so far, that's a great position to be in. You get to look down. You'd be like, I have the power. Pull out the sword of Grayskull and be like, cackle like Skeletor. So it's going to be absolutely amazing to see what Rework Esport Gear is able to pull out, because they brought every game yesterday to a close finish. Whether they won it or not, it was a nail biter, and it was just so riveting to see.
I mean, we talk about lore here as much as we possibly can to give you the behind the scenes chat. MTZ Esports defeated Rework Gear in losers round 2 of the league qualifiers. A 2-0 victory to MTZ Esports, bro. So they may not have won here in the league just yet, but this team they've defeated in the league qualifiers.
Yeah, listen, this is kind of like a grudge match. Rework Esport Gear looking for that win. They are like, you know what? We're the top seed, and we have to defend that title. MTZ Esports says, you might be the top seed, but you're going to be easy pickings for us. And look at the fans already. Mega Charizard Y, Mega Mewtwo X, Mega Gyarados, and we got the Rapidash Finn. We don't like no Rapidash here. Vaporeon gone, and the Anti-Nitera League strikes again. Mega Lucario gone.
I gotta say though, you are absolutely right with these megas. They all sound the same when you're saying the megas back and back, bro. They gotta do something about this. I keep getting Mega Mewtwo and Mega Charizard mixed up in the same way.
I know. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. But Beach is hovering over the most powerful Pokemon in the game. Yeah, that's right. They had to go back to it, but now they're scrolling away. So already, Esport Rework Gear has already lost the game because they didn't even pick that Sableye there. But they are respecting the fact that in the last set, we didn't get a single Suicune. No bans, no picks in the draft. But Esport Gear is here to save the day and say, you know what? Suicune, still broken, and we're bringing it back.
What a front line they've already locked in here. So is MTZ Esports with the Blastoise and the Crustle. This is shaking up to be some interesting comps from both of these teams. Some very viable comps as Ickless looks to pull out the Mega Mewtwo Y. Rio gonna be bringing out the Cypher here. It's an audacious pick here because of course they've only got the one squishy over there, but I like it.
Yeah, they're going to be pulling it out, but Knight is looking at that Glaceon there. Gaddy's sitting on that Blissey. That's going to restrict their damage a little bit if they do lock these two Pokemon in, but we're probably just figuring out what we want. Leafeon, solid pick. Great early game there, but we're going back to the Glaceon there. But let's talk a bit about the Blastoise. Never mind, they're locking it in. Glaceon, they're like, listen, we have one pick for the Scyther. Now we got to give them two.
Bro, how stunning is that Glaceon screen as well? That is so pretty as Knight looks to bring the damage for MTZ Esports. Wally Skull TT Bone going to be bringing out for Esport Gear. It is the Talonflame. This is brilliant. You've got the Cypher, you've got the Talonflame. There's a strong front line for MTZ Esports, but it's very difficult to shut down those two species specifically.
Yeah, now we do have the Mewtwo wife on Ikelis there. That is going to be a powerful Pokemon as well. The Infinite Cyber, able to inflict stuns across the board there. But every Pokemon on this team, minus the Umbreon, is susceptible to the Glaceon Icicle Spears. Once it locks on, it will shred them from 100 to 0, lickety-split. So they have to be very careful about with this Glaceon there, because if they're not able to get onto it, if the Scyther and Talonflame mess up their secures and on the KOs for that, they could be gone just as instantly.
This is exciting, buddy. Of course, Rework Esport Gear, the #1 seed here going into the EUL Masters. MTZ Esports defeated them in the league qualifiers. So the last time these two teams met, MTZ, they came out on top with a 2-0 victory, but they're yet to find a win in this league.
Yeah, and that is what we love. We love those grudge matches. We love those revenge matches. And MTZ Esports, I hope, like, they got a solid comp on their side there. That Glaceon, I think, is going to be the real threat that that Rework has to watch out for.
I'm hoping this set that we get to see some Metagross from Amara, but right now it's Blastoise for them as they take to the top side here. Glaceon taking the central area for MTZ Esports. Rework Esport Gear, they're going to send the Talonflame in there.
Yeah, the Talonflame is a great central laner there, but the Scyther might have had a little bit more impact from the start, but that's assuming it's going to be a Scyther. Maybe it'll be a Scizor, but I could just be talking crazy too, Tano. People look at me and they're like, nah, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. That cannot be a Scizor. But look at the secure here. MTZ Esports, Miraidon securing both Bunnelbees out from Rework.
I tell you what though, bro, if you do, every time you see a Cypher, if you do say it's going to be a Scizor, eventually you're going to be right, and you are going to look like an absolute genius. I say keep doing it, bro. Keep going for it.
Absolutely. Listen, one day it will be right. We don't count all the times Hyde's been wrong. We look at the one time he is right, and we call him a genius. A prophet, even.
I like that a lot. Knight looking to see if they can find the damage here. Actually going to be the Icicle Shards here, looking for the shotgun build, and they look beautiful in that Hollowware. Skull was looking for a little bit of that farm with acrobatics. Not enough damage yet for Knight. They don't have that level 6 for a little bit more damage.
Now, it's not Icicle Spear, but I think it's even worse there because it is going to be that huge Icy Wind combo. That adds a little bit of a dash, giving that Glaceon a little bit of an extra oomph to it to dodge that fly that could be coming in, a Brave Bird, or it could be a way to get away from those dual wing beats.
Yeah, they are such a threat here from Esport Gear, especially with the execute that can be used for them. So I like this tactic from MTZ Esports. Right now, it is literally back and forth between these two teams as KOs are going to fly on through. We've only got 11 points on the board. 7 comes in from Cruzzle here as we do see Classics looking to take this farm away from Knight.
And it looks like they were successful, so they're going to be looking to grab this blue buff as well from them. And we do looking for Knight to get it, and they are able to get the blue. Classics just missing out as they have the Blissey slapping them cheeks and send them on their way.
They get the rest of the farm as well from the central area. So level 7 now for MTZ Esports. 30 seconds away from the first lane objectives coming in. Close to that Unite move. But Rework Esport Gear managed to get the Regidrago. Much needed experience. Skull is on the field. Does have access to that fly.
Yeah, with that fly there, it's going to allow them to dive onto this Blastoise here. This War Turtle still not quite evolved. They're going for the scores there, and only the Scizor connects. But they're trying to get the Talonflame in, but the Talonflame is low. There goes the fly. They take the KO and says, you know what? This is what we do to flies. We're going to take them down and put them out of their misery because we got points to score.
More stacks as well for the both on the side of Esport Gear. They're going to be very happy with that. Regieleki getting ripped from MTZ Esports. We do see a little bit of face here from Esport Gear, but they can't get there in time. The zoning from Haru was next level. Gear had their hands full. They do get the Registeel on the opposite side though, and MTZ Esports are wisely just going to go back and get what experience they can find.
Yeah, they are a little bit behind on the points there, 29 to 89, so a 60-point gap there, and they're way behind on the levels. Not a single level 9 on the side of MTZ Esports, so Rework Esport has to do, but look at that! Huge jukes from Skull diving out and in with Fly. What a great play.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I got a little bit too excited on that one. I saw the Glacial stage coming out, and I was like, oh my god, they're going to try and find the KO. Rio is going to come out here with a Green Illusion dive. Gets onto Miraidon. Double KO for them as they break that with a small overcap, but it gives them an extended point lead.
Yeah, and there we go. The Talonflame trying to get their cheeky 26 in. They managed to get it in. Now they're looking for the fly. The surf hits the wall, and they grab a little ball toy snack on the way out. They're trying to dance and waddle and get away there, but they're looking for the Blastoise. Mean look, and they want this ball toy again. Blissey just said, you know what? I want this too, and we can't have it. Blastoise goes for the surf and pins them at the wall. Hydro Typhoon, but the flame charge saves them.
Oh, that is huge. The wall up against Beach here. They're getting out 1 HP in a dream. There was an eject button that came out of Crustle looking for it, but it is Knight that finds it with that dash. Green Illusion dive used here yet again, but they do manage to get on out, recognizing they were never going to find a KO in that situation. This is a back and forth game like we've seen all day, and I'm loving it.
MTZ Esports doing a great job of being able to isolate targets and pick them off and get that experience. That comeback experience is crucial for them to get back into this game. Glaceon's now level 10. Blastoise now level 10. Talonflame keeps getting in these cheeky little scores there. 4 here, 6 there, 1 there. They're going everywhere.
Looking for the Regieleki is Rework Esport Gear. They're going to be able to grab that. They don't have anybody looking for this Registeel just yet. They have the Mewtwo up there, but there's so many of the opponents, and it is going to be taken by Blastoise. That Lecky goes in, so they're going to see if they can get a good overcap in this. The best they can do is going to be a 32, but that is pretty decent. 241 points to 115 so far.
Yeah, massive point lead. They still retain the level lead as well, although they're closing the gap from MTZ Esports there, so that's really good. 4 minutes left in this game, 2 before the Kyogre spawns in, and the Infinite Cyber's starting to come out.
Oh, they just want to constantly go for each other here, getting really aggressive with it, looking for that extra bit of farm of KOing each other. Diving here from Skull, but they recognize the team wasn't there to back them up, so they're actually going to have to go on the retreat here, trying to see if they can find the squishy of Blissey, but the strength of that defender line is too much on the side of MTZ Esports right now. Rework Esport Gear, they're going to look for the retreat. A 50 dunk in the top side, but they get blocked off, buddy. Endless Ice Spice is going to come on through. They get KO'd on the side of Suicune Skull. Can't find the KO either, trying to dive onto Knight, but that's the effort. They get 1 HP in a dream, but they do find Glaceon.
They almost get taken up by the Blastoise there. The Blastoise kidnaps the Umbreon there and pushes them into the Rock Tomb, expertly set up there by the Crustle. Crustle goes down there, and Talonflame's back into the fray with Mewtwo, throwing down Shy Strikes and Basics, trying to push the team off. MTZ Esports has to back down now as Rework Esports here walks away with a hefty score lead and a hefty level lead.
Yeah, 50 seconds away from Kyogre taking to the field right now. They've got level 13s on the side of Rework Esport Gear with Talonflame just hitting it. MTZ Esports lacking a bit on the levels, lacking on the points for sure as they look to grab more experience here.
35 seconds left. The bottom objective is now here. Reggie Roulette up in the top here in 3 seconds. This is where the fight is. This is where both teams want to get it. MTZ Esports starting to rip on the Reggie Rock. Reggie Rock looking to be like, you know what? I'm angry, dropping some rocks themselves. They're going to be poking at the Umbreon there and getting to take them down. Talonflame comes in looking for the KO and the Blastoise. Side Strike was not able to get off the CC. Too strong from MTZ Esports.
I wouldn't go for this if I was on the side of eSport Gear. Get the Talonflame out of that fight. Skull recognizes that instantly. A brilliant effort from that player to get on the retreat. But right now, Hero has to get themselves over that wall. This is ever so close with the fight taking shape. Kyogre is on the field right now, and eSport Gear are on the retreat.
Nice little icicle spear hitting that Kyogre there. That freeze. Anyways, we're going in there. We're going for the fight there. We're poking and prodding. Rework is looking for a way to get into this. Nice ice freeze combo coming out from the Suicune as the Infinite Cyber recognizes the Blastoise is low. Blastoise goes for the Surf, and then the Hydro Typhoon comes in. They're looking for the KO. They're looking for the grab. There we go. The first one down on the Suicune. The Crystal Suit falls. Now it's the Blissey. Now it's the Miraidon. MTZ is falling one by one. It's just a Glaceon and a dream.
Yeah, the Speedster combo was too much for MTZ to hold strong. They had some good responses. The Rubble Rouser from the Crystal was great. Rio here looking like they were going to get KO'd, but they're back to healthy status. They're going to take the Kyogre. A dash from Blissey, but Gaddy can't find it. And Rework eSport Gear already in the lead takes the objective.
Reworks now has to connect these scores there, but they're still in the lead. They're going for the scores anyways because that's what they want to do. Now, MTZ Esports has to get a KO. They got to get a KO or two to get these buffs in their pockets, and then they can push the pads. They have to get points in 35 seconds to do it.
Oh, this is why we love these new objectives. It's not unstoppable scoring, chat. You can be stopped, but it is still quick scoring. And we see Suicune drop in a Hundo Burger. We see Skull get a double KO. And there's going to be more Hundo Burgers raining on through. Rework eSport Gear are going to feast in the final few moments of this game. And they're going to go up one game ahead.
Yeah, taking a game against MTZ Esports already is exactly what you want going into this set. You want to take them down, assert your dominance, because this is a team that has beat you before. This is a team that has taken you down. And you want to make sure that you are at least in a match point position going into game 2, because anything can happen. We have literally seen game 1s go to one team and then the other team 2-0 them on the rebound.
I'm excited to see the damage from Knight here. I felt like Glaceon was all over that map. They were dropping damage left, right, and center, but I feel like I may be baited a little bit, and it isn't actually that much. Can't wait to see, but nevertheless, yeah, that was a brilliant effort from Rework eSport Gear. The combo of the great front line with good crowd control with double speedsters worked a treat for them. 62k, 36.9% of the team's damage for Knight there.
Yeah, Eichless coming in 32.6 for them at 75k. That's a huge amount of damage coming in there. But Rio and Skull rounding out a little bit on the low end. 47k for Rio, 51 for Skull. But during this set, during this match that was pivoting, they were going one person in, and then when the one guy got too low, they backed out and the second one went in to replace them. It was a nice seamless rotation that was happening, and it was beautiful to see when it happened.
Yeah, it was. I mean, looking at this next game now, I don't know. What I do want to see is I want to see a little bit more all-rounder play from MTZ Esports. The thing is, a lot of people use that Blastoise as an all-rounder, but recognizing that eSport Gear were going to bring out those speeds to play would have been great to see a Metagross in that one.
Yeah, absolutely there. But here we go. We do have that Talonflame with a beautiful flame sweep getting out of that. And we do have a nice pickup there. This is where MTZ really needed. The Crustle goes for the eject, tries to pick up the KO, but it's the Glaceon that's able to secure it. This is a great way for MTZ Esports to get back into the game because it allowed them to get some crucial comeback experience.
I love that we got Icy Wind there, mate. So many people play the Spears on Glaceon, but I love the fact that now we've got a little bit of Icy Wind coming out here, find some great KOs, and it worked for them really well. They were able to keep up with these speedsters. That was a good effort there, but they do get shut down by Skull. Just a back and forth game throughout the entirety of it.
Yeah, and Crustle already had a disadvantage into this fight there because the Umbreon, look at that, steals all of the shields from the Rubble Rouser, denying them, and then instantly that Crustle went down. That was huge for the side of MTZ Esports to lose that. That Glaceon got caught in the mean look, allowing them to go back onto this Kyogre, just shredding it, but oh my gosh, it was so close for that Blissey and Crustle to almost make it.
Then just to fight over the final fight. So right now, Rework Esport Gear continue where they left off yesterday. They hit the #1 seed. They take this first game. MTZ Esports have to win this if they want to be looking for their first win in the league.
Yeah, that first flame's already lit up on the screen. They just need one more, and that is it. 2-0 in their favor. Haru's already going to be banning out the Mega Charizard Y. Mega Gyarados is gone, and the Anti-Nitera League strikes again.
We got, honestly, every Mega gets banned out. I feel like we got to be looking at something. Something ain't right here. These Megas, they must be pretty good if they're getting banned out every single game. Goodbye to Mega Mewtwo X as well. Interesting, they ban out the Galarian Rapidash here, and it is going to be the Blissey that it finishes the bans for Rework Esport Gear.
Yeah, but Amara, first pick on Gengar, that'd be pretty crazy there, but I know you'd be happy about it. But no, Gaddy comes in and says, give me Vapo.
Vaporeon on the field. Haven't seen much of that Pokemon here today. Going to be really good for taking that damage and providing great support and heals to their team. I'm not sure you should have allowed Rework Esport Gear to get this combo again, at least not on the side of the Suicune.
Yeah, Classics coming in with the Blastoise there. Beach coming in on that Suicune once more. This helped set them up for so many things, but Haru's walking in that Crustle. Armara's locking in the Machamp. Ooh.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick. We'll see whether it's going to be Champsina with that submission or whether they're going to go aggressive. Go for the big hits. They've got that attack weight on. They have the eject button as well. Ickless is going to pull out the Miraidon here for Rework Esport Gear. And Rio back here on the Umbreon. So they've got that Suicune Umbreon combo again, but added a Blastoise to it.
Yeah, Knight can be hovering through, and MDR is looking at that Inteleon. They're like, you know what? Maybe this will work. Maybe this is what we want. Knight also cycling through. Decidueye coming back in.
Ooh, I can't believe we've got so much Decidueye that we're seeing in these tournaments, bro. That was not the Pokemon I was expecting to see. I love it. I'm with you, and I recognize they also have the scarf on right now.
Yeah, rapid fire muscle scope with an X attack. This could be the Razor Leaf that we could be looking for on Hyde's side. No Blissey to back it up, but with a nice pocket from that Vaporeon, it could help set it up. Crustle there is going to be a great bodyguard there, but Rio back on the Umbreon, ready to give it over to Classics, who's ready to take any shielding provided to Decidueye just away.
Oh, I'm a little bit gutted they've moved their held items now, but it looks like we will see the Spirit Shackle come out from Knight there. I was hoping for the Razor Leaf as well. I was like, you know what? This is probably going to be a good shout here. But now Skull is going to be on the field with that Talonflame, which is a good shout. Got to take down MDR, got to take down Knight. Realistically, take those out of the fight. They're going to struggle for damage.
Yeah, they are, absolutely, because MDR Knight, that's the main damage. Armara doesn't deal a whole lot as Machamp. Most of the utility in that Pokemon is in the submission move. Dynamic Punch is largely ignored, even though it's got more of an AoE stun. It's very brief, doesn't really offer Machamp a whole lot. It's the Unstoppable on Machamp that they're looking for, while in that submission, able to get through any of those Suicune freezes.
I mean, this could be it, buddy. Right now, MTZ Esports, they have to win this game if they're looking to progress and take a win from Rework Esport Gear. This could be the last game of the day. I hope not. I hope MTZ Esports are able to bounce back here. They certainly have a comp capable of doing so, but it's whether Skull can shut down that comp.
Absolutely there, but we're going into game number 2. Rework Esport Gear in match point position. They're all going to be your orange team, MTZ Esports, not looking for their first win in the league overall. Your purple team as they send their little Rowlet into the central lane.
Yeah, nothing ununtowards here from both of the teams. Going their laning phases as expected. Kha'Zix is going to be looking for some stacks on the Umbreon early enough. Ikla's looking to steal this away. Grabs that one. Not easy to do against a Dwebble and a Mew.
Not easy at all. Dwebble and Mew have great secure and great synergy as well, especially between the rock slide there. Umbreon's on the back foot, running into the central path, trying to dodge away. Pops the X speed and gets away.
Finds the nitrous button. They're back into the lane now, uncontested, trying to get back to their pad up here. Skull comes in with the acrobatics. Doesn't find the KO onto Knight just yet, but it is going to be Machop sent back to the Pokemon Center early enough as Skull gets back to their pad. Beach on the retreat. The shields come through.
Yeah, but we are not looking at any KOs yet, but we're at a disadvantage on the Suicune with the low HP. They have to play more of a range. There's the Decidueye up in the top. Talonflame with that Flinchinder is able to get away. They're looking for that Salic Berry to try to get onto the Dartrix, but the Shedinja Doll saves them.
Oh, Gaddy as well, proving to be difficult right now as Skull is looking for these movement berries. The X-Speed was hunting them down. Vaporeon now goes back to provide the assistance to Knight. 20 seconds before Regidrago takes to the field, and this bottom lane is heating up.
Yeah, Miraidon throwing down those charge beams, sending home a lot of that damage there. Mew and Crustle have to go grab a quick snack in the citrus berry there, but Umbreon taking down Electro Ball so strong.
Good recognition from Nicholas there to get that secure, but it is this Mew that is proving to be an absolute nuisance for Rewalk Esport Gear in the bottom of this lane. The defense from Haru as well, taking all the damage, protecting that Mew, has worked really well for MTZ Esports, but now Regidrago's on the field. Looks like Esport Gear will grab this.
Yeah, they're going for it. The Mew's going for the Hyper Beam or Solar Beam there, but they're not able to clutch it out. It's going to go to Rework Esport Gear. A lot of that experience for them, but they're dunking in points from the side of MTZ Esports. They have the point lead right now, and they're looking to take a level lead.
Oh, this is great. Okay, so still looking for more levels on the side of MTZ Esports. Struggling to get that Machamp online so far. We're about to have the first objective spawning in the lanes, though. And we do have Talonflame here. Not having any Unite moves just yet on the side of Esport Gear, but dropping enough damage to be really impactful. Knight is very close to the knock-knock.
Yeah, knock almost on the table there. We're still level 7 on the Vaporeon. Well, that's quite a bit of ways there, but Mew could also be the first one in with that Mystical Mirage. Very powerful Unite move, very useful there. So, but Decidueye comes in with the knock, hits it before the Talonflame's able to get the Flame Sweep. Coming into any of these objectives, this fight that Decidueye joins going to be deadly.
I mean, uncontested on the Lecky so far, Esport Gear. They're getting the rip in with the Miraidon. MTZ Esports are actually shaking up into the top lane, looking to see if they can get the Regirock here. Finding some KOs. Good serve coming in from Rio, but they have been zoned out. Gaddy has held their attention long enough for MTZ Esports to get the rip on the rock. Brilliant X's are coming out from Haru as well, and that is a huge buff for them to be able to take.
They're stuck inside the mean look, but they finally get out. The knock comes out and plays more of a defensive pressure than an offensive one, but they managed to find the KO on the Kha'Zix there. They take them down, send them back home, and now they're going to be able to eat a lot of the central lane Pokemon there and capture all of this farm.
Bro, look how close this game is score-wise. We're about to hit the midpoint of this game, and it is literally 89 to 84 so far. Looking at the levels, it's getting a little bit more even, definitely more on the side of MTZ Esports now, as Gaddy does go down, but they're looking to get the mean look through. They do connect, but it's going to be taken down. MTZ Esports finds the KO on Suicune.
Ooh, yeah, that's exactly what they need. The Machamp is finally online. Barrage Blow in the pocket there. Everybody on the side of MTZ Esports except Crustle has a Unite move that they can charge for now. The side of Rework Gear has to get back online now. We do have Kha'Zix getting that Unite back in their pocket there as they're looking for a way to get more points as we hit the halfway point.
Okay, Gear looking to see if they can find more KOs from MTZ Esports, staying all over Fair Sky Ruins right now, constantly seeing Skull look and put some attention onto this Decidueye. They're desperate for it. Talking about desperate, we see the Unite move pulled out of Mew there, trying to see if they could hunt down Skull, but they're breaking ankles here as they get away, and Esport Gear, they win the bottom lane battle.
They do indeed, but the Talonflame's able to not get their 19 in. Gaddy was able to make it. There's the knock snipe going in with the Spirit Shackle. All of a sudden, Rio is now in trouble. There's another Spirit Shackle comes out. It's a 2 KO streak for the Decidueye.
Wow, landing that Spirit Shackle as well. Perfect timing for them. They do have Talonflame back on the field on the side of Esport Gear. They're going to grab that Regieleki. That will put some pressure onto the T2 for MTZ Esports. Crustle will go back to defend that. The rip on the Regirock is going to work. Talonflame fancied a sniff at it, but it's taken by MTZ.
Yeah, and that is actually something that you need to realize too. Kyogre is going to come down to, I think, a secure battle. Talonflame's got great secure with the fly, but the Decidueye coming in with the Spirit Shackle, as well as Mew with the Solar Beam. Hard moves to counter, hard moves to get around. You have to take something out now as well. But Talonflame's going for the Flame Sweep. Try to push the Regieleki in. The Crustal's taken down now, but the Mew comes in for the defense.
Yeah, gets the beam off as well. Does manage to get out of it, does Talonflame. But right now, MTZ Esports, they've got their late game online. They are winning these team fights so far. Champ Cena from the top ropes, going to take down the Umbreon with the assistance of the Decidueye here, as Esport Gear now having to be on a little bit of a back foot, struggling with the levels on some of their Pokemon.
Yeah, they're going for the birds now. They're going for some farm. They're getting a lot of this experience there, capturing all the wild Pokemon that they find and they see there. Machamp looking for a cheeky 40 to put in because it's 84 to 168. And when you're behind on points like this, normally you have some sort of advantage where you have a T1 pad to be able to score double points on. And you absolutely do on the side of Esport Gear in that bottom side. But you also have your own in the top.
35 seconds left here, buddies, before we have Groudon on the field. Esport Gear looking for a back cap in that T2. We see Skull trying to see if they can get that 49 in. In fact, no, they pick up more points. Now they're going to go back, see if they can get a little bit of a flank on MTZ Esports here. It's all about taking down this range. That's something they've struggled with for the entirety of this game.
Talonflame's down on the bottom side there. They're looking for position in. 10 seconds now until the Groudon spawns in, and Esport Rework Gear is now on the back foot. They don't have a power position in. But Rhydon comes in and looks for the engage. There's the charge beam. Now we're going with the Talonflame with the fly, but the champ catches them out with the submission. They're able to lock them down and take the KO. Huge now coming as the Moonlight Trance comes through, picks up the Decidueye, knocks them down and out sends them back. The champ is gone, deleted, and the rip on Groudon has begun.
Bro, the combo of endless ice spikes from Beach with the Bright Future Meteor Storm from Inkless was absolutely brilliant from Rework Esport Gear, cleaning them up, and the Altaria is gonna take out Gaddy. Vaporeon defeated by the little Pokemon, and right now Esport Gear, they're already in the lead. They take the objective. Good bounce back from MTZ though as they take down the Suicune. Can they hold on for the final minute?
222 to 84. The defense of a lifetime. The champ does have that attack boost in their pocket, but the mean look just too strong. There as the thunder comes down, the Hundo Burgers go in, further extending the lead of Rework Esport Gear.
That's going to be a bit too high of a mountain to climb for MTZ, unfortunately. They're going to have to find these buffs, take the KOs, and then run up the side of the map to get 400 points in. Realistically, it ain't going to be possible as Rework Esport Gear find more KOs here. And just like that, Jonathan, Rework Esport Gear, they bounce back, taking down MTZ Esports with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, MTZ Esports denied their first win inside the EULM, but Rework Esport Gear doing a fantastic job asserting their dominance at the top as the #1 seed.
Yeah, you got to be proud of how your team's played this weekend. You get the number 1 seed yesterday. You come into today. You're going up against a team that defeated you 2-0 in the league qualifiers, the biggest tournament to date so far for UCS here in this region. And then you beat them 2-0. You got to be very proud of how you've played as a team this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. You're out there taking numbers. You're out there taking KOs, dunking chaos energy, winning 676 to 84 against your arch nemesis who knocked you out of the league. Like, it's absolutely great to be on top and to be king. Now that you're there, can you hold it for the 7 weeks that you need to?
Yeah, that's the difficulty, because the more you win, the bigger target you get on your back, and the more people want to take you down in the weeks going on from that. So, that is going to be it. That's Rework Esport Gear taking down MTZ with a 2-0 victory. And looking at the stats here, buddy, I mean, it was constant fighting from both sides. Realistically, anyone could have really taken that, but Rework, they were just too tough to take down.
Yeah, Knight coming in, 70k damage. Eichless coming in, 75. Those attackers keeping the range on it. 23 damage K taken there for Eichless. They're 22 on Knight. They didn't take a lot of damage. They barely taken down at all. So that is exactly what you want from your attackers. But oh my gosh, Dano, the damage numbers on taken by the classics there. 90k almost.
Yeah, bro, Classics was like, go for me, take me, taking all of that damage, bro, doing their job to a T. Whew. I tell you, buddy, this is week 1 of EUL Masters. How have you found it?
I have found it riveting, exciting. Not a single game disappointed me. Every team played their hearts out, and it was absolutely demonic how the seeding stage, how intense that was every step of the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like this game. It was so intense. They were constantly fighting each other. We're at the 4-minute mark here. We do see Esport Gear with a great lead, but what a snipe coming out from that Decidueye. I gotta say, the Decidueye play has been pretty good here today.
They have been. The snipes have been spot on. The damage has been dealt that really good. The spacing that they're able to keep from the front lines into the backs, like right now, look at this. They're able to keep going. They take down the first KO on the Talonflame, exactly what they need, but they get caught up by the Suicune. They get taken down by the Miraidon. This is the combo that sealed their fate.
I loved it. The endless ice spikes paired with the bright future meteor storm. Like, MTZ Esports is their HP was holding until you saw those meteors drop in, and that was it. They started to wipe them out. They take down 2 massive carries of MTZ Esports there, and then they just need to rip the Groudon and take the victory for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely there. And Gaddy did get taken down 1 HP in a dream by a Swablu or Altaria. One of them took him down, and they were like, no! Oh, gone.
Hey, Gaddy, we've all been there, bro. We love you lots. We've all been there. We've all been taken out by an Altaria. When you think you're safe and it just floats on over while you're trying to go to your home pad and just takes you down. We've all been there, bro.
Or when you're running to a home pad, you're like, I can make it, I can take it. But you don't look at the time, and then they just spawn in front of you. You're like, no! And they just take you down. That is also one of the worst feelings ever.
Trust me, you have not been a Pokemon Unite player until you've been taken out in some way by the farm that's on the map in a ridiculous fashion, bro. But yes,
exactly.
That is going to be it from week 1 of the EUL Masters. Let's have a look at our standings, buddy. Rework Esport Gear, they take their game. So does Thank You Toto, Rework Esport Core, and Team Int. Los Duras, Phantom Forces, Supernova, and MTZ Esports looking to get a win in week 2.
Yeah, looking for their first wins inside the league for their sets now, because the seeding is over and this is week number 1. A lot of great games to be able to see. And it's good to see the love triangle staying strong at the top, because eventually someone's going to have to break that and say, well, someone's going to have to take a loss.
It's going to be so funny if the same thing continues and Thank You Toto take down Core, and then Gear take down Toto, and then Core take down Gear. It's going to be crazy, bro.
That would be amazing to continue to see. Keep the cycle going, guys. And then Team Int, Tano, Team Int. Oh!
I know. Honestly, I can't express enough how excited I am to see Team Int succeed the way that they are doing right now, and I hope they continue it. I think they've really grown as players in this past year. It's exciting to see them play, and I hope they've got more fans now. We've seen how well they've played recently. I know you're a big fan of them now, buddy.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how they compete in the rest of this league.
Yeah, they got a new fan of me. When you rip out a score comp like that, 4 goal getters and a Sableye, you got my vote. I don't care. Take my money, take my vote, take my house. You got me there. I'm your fanboy for life.
Yeah, that was so much fun. I hope we get more of that action in the upcoming weeks. Of course, we do have week 2 that will be coming. Let me try and see if I can find the day, or if Shivam can let me know in the chat, because of course I know that it's not every single week, because we do try and miss out the UCS weekend so that everybody has the opportunity to see that action. Nobody wants to be missing that. It's the first time they've done leagues, so we want to make sure that everybody isn't having to split their attention between us and them. So we will be back for more of that week 2 action. They're just letting me know now, chat. There, production.
Yeah,
I mean, before we go into it, actually, buddy, let me say the huge thank yous. Oh, here we go. 24th and 25th of January is going to be week 2 and week 3. So we won't be here next week. It'll be the week after. Let me get my calendar up. Yeah, not next week, but the week after will be when we are next on the stream, guys. So yeah, exciting, Jonathan. What more could we want for week 1?
You know what? A Razor Decidui. Razor Leaf Decidui we could want, but we got 2 Spirit Shackles, and that could equal 1 Razor Leaf. Just the fact that we saw the item set and the battle item for a Razor Leaf Decidui gives me hope to see that we could see it come down in the future. I am such a fan of it. We got the Mammoth Swines in, we got Sableyes in, I got T-Tar today. I can't be too greedy.
Yeah, no, that's valid, buddy. I like the fact that we now have confirmation of Decidui economy. 2 Spirit Shackles equals 1 Razor Leaf. I like the fact that we've worked that one out now, buddy. So I'll keep an eye on that. I'm just having a look, a nosy at the schedule coming up for week 2 and week 3, chat. You will not want to miss it. Rework Esport Core will go up against Team Int in the round 2. So that means that they could actually take over them in the league if they take that win, Jonathan. So already we've got games where the results of it will mean people jump over the others.
Yeah, already. That's insane. That's crazy. I'm excited to see it there. That's going to be great to see. I'm just so excited to see what week 2 is going to bring. It's going to be fantastic.
And a huge thank you to our casters here, Jonathan on the mic with me, of course Night Error earlier, who is on the other side of the world with you as well, Jonathan. So a huge shout out to you both being here on the mic. We really appreciate it. I hope you've enjoyed it, mate.
Man, I have had so much fun. It's been a blast to be able to come in and see what EU is doing. You guys were running Blastoise before it was cool, before it got the buffs. You were Blastoise believers, and I was so on board with that. I go back to NA, I'm telling my team, I'm telling my friends in the casting community, I'm telling my big boss man over in Challengers Rise, being like, Blastoise is it. And they're all looking at me like, you're crazy, bro. All of a sudden, the buffs come in, they're like, okay, now we see it.
Now something's working. I'm glad you had a lot of fun, buddy. A massive shout out to our observers. We wouldn't be able to do this without them being on the cams, as well as Pasta, 2 incredible people working the cams for us. And of course, it wouldn't be a production without the incredible Shivam in the background, getting all of this together for Unity Clash. So all those thank yous through as well to our viewers and players. Anything else from you before we say goodbye, Jonathan?
Nothing on my end there. Just that I'm Canadian. I know Bean's Canadian, and we're coming for you, EU. We're going to take over your scene. That's all I got to say.
We'll see you at EUIC, bro, is what I will say.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, chat. That's it from us. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. And we will catch you on the next one, 24th of January. Don't miss it.
Take care.
Come on.
One there. But they're going for it. There it is. Go ahead, Night Terror. Take it.
Okay, as they go into there here, Showtime move more on the fray here. Another hook coming in here. The Power Net does hit for 3 here. Tyranitar coming in, the Kaiju, the monster, the beast, trying to dish damage out here. They do start on Snorlax though. Supernova looking great on the 2KO, pulling it up here. There's the Mewtwo falling down. Supernova numbers are kind of slimming down bit by bit. HP's not too good here. There's the Mine down. Mimikyu finishing it off, and now Groudon is next on the field here. Blazing a last one standing. One pick up, one dream, no finish up.
Points to 50 so far as Phantom Forces look to cement the lead in this. And wins the Mega Battle, and they will use it right now.
Good opportunity. There's the Mega Gyarados coming in through. Let's see the damage fly as we do see Mega Zard Y as well here with the drop. Damage going through.
They just come back as quick as they can right now, though. It is tough going up against this Charizard, bro. The mean look goes down. Goodbye to Paggy. That's a lot of damage they no longer have. Dragon Current gets popped here. Tries to fly over the wall to get away from it, and it works a treat. Triad of Japer speeds the battle now on the side of Phantom Forces, but now they're just going to go their separate ways. Wait for the approach. I would take this fight if I was Phantom Forces.
Right, it's a great start for them here. 5 clear to 3/4. I mean, you kind of see the courage just waiting for opportunity here, and it's giving them a lot of space to actually make some plays, but you want to hit Ogre right now. That's not a great start. Invested here, Psychic Solar to push them back here. Aeon Blast is not going to connect though, as Dragon Current just knocks them back out. Mega Gyarados trying to make some plays here. Moonlight Pride pushes them back into a great spot here as Megazard Y comes in with nice play. Push and damage here. Here's the multifaceted punches coming through here, and the damage being dealt. Of course, numbers are weighing onto Rio Esports Core as they have the damage.
To that with the acrobatics, it works a treat for them as they look for their seismic slam to come on through. It's Mega Charizard Y on the field. Despite that though, Phantom Forces takes both objectives here. That Lecky is going to go on this pad to Esport Core. Can they hold strong? Dragon Current will come through from Kree here, and it is going to be Charizard that shows up yet again. Espeon sent back to the Pokemon Center. There goes Mega Garrett. Vision coming through as well. Blitz assistance to keep them up on the field. Japer connects. Talonflame back to the spawn room as Kree again is looking to dive on in and doesn't find the KO. Japer is cleaning up Phantom Forces right now. There's the Mega Charizard Y. It's a double KO, and Esport Core ace Phantom Force 3 times if it wasn't for those heals, and they managed to grab the Regieleki as well as finding a great KO. Now can they defend this pad? Team Int do not want to give the advantage over to Los Duros here. They do have the defense for it, but oh, that's a shame. The Lecky walks in anyway, and now Los Duros can get a tasty over.
This is one bad flick of the stick there, and that was it. Mila Swine went for the Ice Fang and put it into their own pad. Unfortunate. Blastoise getting out on 1 HP. It works.
Yeah, I like how aggressive they're getting here, buddy. They are working so well to have their frontliners up there and allow DJ to just rip from this back line.
Only farm, only wild Pokemon to grab and experience, but this is also the scores that could come in. Oscatar's already going in with the Green Illusion dive. We're going to be seeing a huge Queenly Ascendant come in and pick them up. They're taking them down, sending them home, and there's a nice surf with the Blitz connecting onto Blastoise.
Mammoth says it's Mammoth time, bro. Valentia dives in. Good Ice Fang as well. It's a
Blastoise trying to get the surf off, but first the Hydro Typhoon goes in, locks down Zika, and then we're pushing into the Clefairy. They're going into the deep there. We're trying to get it down, but it rolls the fly on the... Now the Mammoth Swine is going in. There's the Earthquake there with the double Infinite Cyber coming out there. Zika has shown great patience there, but we do lose the Serena and the Clefable. Los Duros is now an advantage of 5v3. Mammoth Swine is looking to pick up Oscatar, but it's them that gets picked up instead. It's Zika alone against an army, and we get Team Int completely aced. Los Duros is now here to slay down, and we got the Queenly Ascendant trying to pick it up. There we go in as well. Oscatar dives in, trying to take it down, but they can take it down. They do take the Clefable down with them, but we are backing off, and there is a blue buff on the side of Team Int now.
Are they going to be able to get there, though? Zika recognizes...
We'll show you how to score, and we don't even need it. 162 to 103 as Los Duros is commanding this lead. And 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in the match. There's lots of time to get back into this. Hydro Typhoon coming out with the rapid spin combo coming through, dodging the Infinite Cyber.
Team in here, they're trying to see if they can break this pad, get on and get more points in, just cut down that score lead even more. Wow, it's going down to 20 points now, buddy, but again...
The home pads are open on both sides there. When we're starting to rip Groudon, it's about halfway through. Talonflame's just being like, oh.
Ooh, there's a flame sweep there, trying to see if they could find a pick. They don't. Hydro Typhoon is going to get 2 of them, though. In the middle of it, play with me onto Alentia, and they're taken out of the fight. The Groudon gets taken by Team In. They found it. Zika goes on in, picks up the huge buff, and Team In were already in the lead here. Really well.
Yeah, already the Miraidon is keeping the pressure on, paired with the Mimikyu, paired with the...
By Team In, if they can just zone out that Luca, keep an eye on him, buddies. They look to dive in, but they just miss.
Yeah, that Spirit Shackle's just too strong. They're starting to output a lot of damage there. Umbreon does have the level 10 on Mimikyu Decidueye. Bliss Assist going in and hitting that Mimikyu there as Pancakes dives in. We do have Zika now coming in with the support of the Spirit Shackles and landing, throwing out the knock-knock. They want this bad Team Insane. This is going to be our new home.
They're going to allow them to do it. Try and get onto the retreat back to that T2 pad, recognizing that Team Int are scoring in the bottom lane as well. Lost Duras a full set in the T2 now. Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to rain on down. That's going to buy the space they were looking for as Lucario is sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, and that's the big momentum that they lost there. Now the Blaziken is trapped inside Luis.
Straight onto it, Oscar with the Aura Cannon. They're looking to see if they can take it here. Blaziken is on the field. It's gonna be the Decidueye Seeker. Locks it in for Team Int. They're already in the lead, but can they hold strong? They found nearly everyone from Los Duros. And that's...
I want this too, and we can't have it. Blastoise goes for the Serpent, pins him at the wall. Hydro Typhoon, but the Flame Charge saves them.
Oh, nice. Use the wall up against Beach here. They're getting out 1 HP in a dream. There was an eject button that came out of Crustle looking for it. But it is Knight that finds it with that dash. Green Illusion dive used here yet again. But they do manage to get on out, recognizing they were never going to find a KO in that situation. Right now, Rework Esport Gear, they're going to look for the retreat. A 50 dunk in the top side, but they get blocked off, buddy. Endless Ice Spice is going to come on through. They get KO'd on the side of Suicune Skull. Can't find the KO either, trying to dive onto Knight.
They're going to be poking at the Umbreon there and getting to take them down. Talonflame comes in, looking for the KO on the Blastoise. Side Strike was enough. As the Infinite Cyber recognizes the Blastoise is low. Blastoise goes for the Surf, and then the Hydro Typhoon comes in. They're looking for the KO, they're looking for the grab. There we go, the first one down on the swing of the Crustle Soup falls. Now it's the Blissey, now it's the Miraidon, and Jesus.
The Crustle was great. Rio here looking like they were going to get KO'd, but they're back to healthy status. They're going to take the Kyogre. Ooh, this is why we love these new objectives. It's not unstoppable scoring, chat. You can be stopped. Get a double KO, and there's going to be more Hundo Burgers raining on through. Rework Esport Gear are going to 4 so far. Looking at the levels, it's getting a little bit more even. Definitely more on the side of MTZ Esports now as Gaddy does go down, but they're looking to get the meat.
Indeed, but the Talonflame was able to not get their 19 in. Gaddy was able to make it around. You have to take something out now as well, but Talonflame going for the plane to try to push the Regieleki in. Rework Gear is now on the back foot. They don't have a power position in. Miraidon comes in and looks for the engage. There's the charge beam. Now we're going with the Talonflame with the fly, but the champ catches them out with the submission. They're able to lock them down and take the KO. Huge now coming as the Moonlight Trance comes through, picks up the Decidueye, knocks them down and outsends them back. The champ is gone, deleted, and the rip on Groudon has begun.
Bro, the combo of Endless Ice Spikes from Beach